Welcome everybody into some Ryco Performance Friday night second split action here tonight from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. I'm Austin Edstrom, standing alongside Sheldon Adkins, and Taylor Burris is actually also behind a microphone, not the little production camera that you see down there. So we got three of us in the broadcast booth here tonight, so we got plenty of guys to keep the energy flowing in this long race. And then Austin Derbyshire is actually behind the production booth. So got a lot of hands on deck here tonight for the longest race of the season.
Absolutely. We look forward to it. Good evening, everyone. As we get set, we're here at the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway to kick off the virtual Coca-Cola 600, and it's going to be an exciting one here at this 1.5 mile circuit that is going to be a track and an endurance race for each and every single driver competing in tonight's race. Whether you're in the first split, the top split, that's going to be broadcasted later on here in a few moments on iRacing's official streams, here in the second split, or all the way down to the bottom split here tonight, you are going to have a time of your life trying to survive 400 laps around this circuit here. And Sheldon, I got to come to you a little bit as we get set to kick off tonight's race. What are some of those keys to surviving here at Charlotte Motor Speedway? It's not getting the victory, but just surviving tonight.
Well, unofficially, obviously the first key would be survival. But the first key, just for performance sake only, stay ahead of the track. The split's going to go through a lot of changes. We're going to start out in the daylight. We're going to work our way through in the evening, and then it's going to end up, by the time we're done with this thing, it's going to be pitch black out here. Going to have a lot of temp changes. And you just got to keep up with it on pit road with your adjustments. Second of all, it's going to be give and take. It's a 600-mile race, 400 laps. You can't win it in turn one, but you sure can lose it. It's a bad idea to go out here and make a bunch of enemies, so give a little bit of room starting out. And then above all else, conservation. Save them tires. Try to save as much fuel as you can, because you never know when it's going to come down to a pit strategy to win this thing, especially fuel mileage.
And you never know whenever that last caution is going to come out to screw up the strategy at the end too. Make sure you save the race car, right?
Absolutely. And as Darby said earlier, you want to dig a couple holes in the infield and plant some trees, even though we're using AstroTurf now.
Hey, the AstroTurf gives you a little bit of room to avoid the wrecks, so we might see a little bit less of a wreck on the front straightaway. I say that, and we've seen some pretty big ones so far this week, to say the least. But we're going to jump into our broadcast picks. I'm going for Roger Pierce in the 6. I think he's on a pretty quick setup. He's been one of the quickest in A Open the last couple weeks, and I think Roger Pierce is going to find himself in victory lane.
I'm going to go with my boy, Brandon Masajewski. If there is anybody I want to jinx tonight, it's a long-term friend and old teammate of mine.
And for me, I'm going to go a little bit of throwback as well to a former eNASCAR competitor, Adam Benefield, coming out there, racing in the number 18. Keep an eye on him. I feel like he might have something up his sleeve to come home with either the win or a good finish here tonight.
What's our producer thinking? Did our producer even pick? Alan Wilson. We are hearing Alan Wilson from the producer. So we got the full picks in. Gonna have to see who's best off at the end of the night. I'm having a feeling that it's gonna be none of us. I think these long races kind of tend to be wild cards in a sense, because they end up being attrition races, and a lot of the faster guys getting taken out.
Well, we take a look at the weather right now. It's a little bit warmer, and as we see 82 degrees, we'll check in on certain points of tonight's race to see how much changes will be happening with the weather. But 82 degrees to kick off the first leg of the 400 laps around Charlotte Motor Speedway.
And qualifying is over, so that means we can jump down to our full starting grid. Matt Hollabaugh on the pole with a 29.044. Austin Gassione not too far behind. Brandon Masajewski in 3rd. Michael Gooden in 4th. Alan Wilson will be starting in 5th place. Brian Smith in 6th. Luke Doran in the 7th place spot with Derek Garrison in 8th. Austin Fitzgerald on the inside of row number 5. And Christopher Wheel on the outside, rounding out your top 10.
In 11th position will be Logan Runyon, followed by John Ballou in 12th position. PB Henry will be starting in 13th, alongside Christopher Reyes in 14th position. Row number 8 will see Sean Rogers with Matt Cox in the 16th position. Maverick Davis and Nicholas Patovich will be in row number 9. Rounding out your top 20 is Roger Pierce and Jordan Booth.
And 21st place, we're going to have Tyler Merritt. On his outside, we're going to have Jacob Klein, followed by Wayne Hutchinson and Jonathan Jordan in 24th, followed by Adrian Santos, Parker Alexander. In 27th place, we have Bianchi, followed by Tyler DeBouche. In 29th, we have Adam Benefiel and Alan Pajari rounding out your top 30.
Vincent Groh is going to be starting in 31st. Michelle Battison in 32nd. Mark Brannigan Jr. in, well, that's a little messed up on my order. Sorry, 33rd. Chris Davis. 34th, William Amshoff. 35th is Mark Brannigan Jr. And 36th is Joe Torres. iRacing had me a little screwed up on that one. Well, William Amshoff on the outside. Okay, I don't know whose timing and scoring is off, but something's a little messed up on my end. Either way, we're about to get this thing going. We got 400 laps to figure it out. It's do you think that we're going to get calm running at the beginning, or are we going to see a couple of heavy hitters, try to force their way to the front early?
Well, I mean, it all comes down to ego, I'm hoping that these guys will be, thinking of how many miles we got to run before they start getting out here and start getting dicey. So I'm expecting kind of calm here at the start, especially since the track is hot. These cars are going to be a little edgier than they will be for the entirety of the race. We might see a little bit of room given here. But I'm always, for something, so.
Well, you just say the track is hot, and I'm looking at the track temp right now, and it says 81 degrees. That's not very hot.
Come on, racing. Look, our problems tonight are going to come down to your Alabama education and my Virginia education.
Hey, man. Yeah. Well, that's probably not very, I don't know. Well, I can't even find the words to come back for that, so that'll tell you everything you need to know. My education's not very good down here.
I bet you know how to spell chauffeur, don't you?
Maybe. We're not going to test it.
Oh, we probably will test it later on tonight. We have 400 laps to test that out later. Well, we're getting
on the spot, and you're going to scare me.
Well, I can't help it. It's fun to get you all worked up and ready to go.
Yeah, that's fair. I do with everybody else. I mean, I've been roasting Brian Britt for South Carolina math for years, it feels like. But we are getting ready to go green. 400 laps on offer for you tonight here from the Charlotte Motors Speedway, second split of the NiS Series. Here presented by Ryco Performance, the pace car pulling off out of the racetrack. Matt Hollabaugh down to the restart zone. The green flag is flying, and we're green for the World 600. Fanning out 2x2 out of turn number 2 down the back straightaway, top 5 or so, or single file coming down into 3 and 4. A little bit of mixing up towards about the 10th place spot. Oh, where the blinker is on the bottom side of the racetrack. That black and orange car got squirrely through the middle of the corner. I believe it was Logan Runyon who had an issue, able to get it righted. Finding the apron again though. Logan's kind of having a tough time.
Yeah, really good run right now at the moment as drivers are now starting a single file. We see a couple of passes for position as Maverick Davis and Austin Fitzgerald battle for the 13th position. But everyone's just trying to feel out their race cars a little bit, see where they feel comfortable, and then try to find that line to just get settled in because you better get comfy. It's going to be a long night for these drivers here.
Long night on offer for us for sure. So you never know, how hard do you really push it in the early going? Do you really race up here and try to get as many spots and hope for a caution, or are you expecting this thing to go green for the first 200 laps? We've seen it time and time again. I've been on here for 7 years. There's been plenty of Coke 600s I've seen that, they have a huge 200 lap green flag run. I mean, it's very well possible. So you do not want to kill your tires at the beginning of one of these runs.
Absolutely not. And I don't know who it is in the black and orange car right there on the top lane, but he about knocked the fence down lap before coming down the back straightaway.
That would be the number 10 of Logan Runyon, who's right there trying to run the outside lane here, and he's getting a good run. But the problem is, how much of that is he going to eat up on those tires for the moment as he's struggling to maintain and hold that outside lane, trying to get around Michael Gooden in the number 16 Ryco Performance Ford Mustang. He is able to clear and gets a good run around the outside of the number 5 of Austin Gassione, and he is making a charge for the race lead here as they head off into 3 and 4.
Yeah, I think I think it's safe to say that Runyon's burning his stuff off a little bit more than everybody else. He's come from the 11th place spot. We're just now finishing up lap 5, and he's in second. I think he might be running just a little too hard.
Keep an eye on that indeed as we watch this action as they work now. He will slide right behind your race leader, Matt Hollabaugh, for second place at the moment. Now that he's in there, is he going to try and challenge, or does he need to realize, hey, I need to back up, save these tires here, try to stretch it out as long as I can? Nope, he's going to think about going around the outside lane. Can't quite get it done because Hollabaugh just got it hooked up right there on the bottom, and here comes Gooden with a big run. He's going to try to get his nose to the inside of Runyon for that second spot as he will do so. But that outside lane later into a run, if you take care of your tires in the first half of it, as we now go side-by-side battle for the race lead, I think Hollabaugh is just going to give way, let Logan Runyon burn his stuff up early on.
Well, you say that, but Hollabaugh just dove it in deep into turn number 3. I thought the same, but he challenged him back down into 3. And looking to challenge back down the front straightaway. Pretty even run between the two. Hollabaugh, though, on the inside line down into turn number 1. I don't know if it's going to work out for him here. Runyon has looked really stout on the outside of 2.
Oh, he gives way to the position here for the moment, and as they work their way down the back straightaway, a couple of other drivers going side by side. That's Brian Smith, who will get around to the inside, move him up to P5 as he was welcomed into the top 5 with that Red Bull Chevrolet.
Yeah, now that outside line, it's a fickle little beast because you can go up there and you can run and be just blowing everybody's doors off for a couple laps, but that's about all you get. You go up there and you start, putting the throttle down, making big moves up there, and within a few laps, that right rear tire is just gone. So it's something you want to be careful of around here.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't take much time, and that's why I'm worried about our new race leader, Logan Runyon. He was running that outside groove, going from 11th to 1st after a very shaky first lap, and really just pushing it on the outside of the racetrack, and I feel like he was hurting his stuff a little bit, still up in the lead, now giving a draft to Hollabaugh down the straightaways. I feel like Runyon is driving really, really hard compared to everybody else. I say that, and it's actually Hollabaugh that's about finding the fence out of 2, but Runyon through the center of the corner is just driving it in really deep and using a lot of wheel there and on the throttle. I feel like it's just a little bit much. Alpha 4 looks pretty nice, but Logan Runyon in the early going, want that race lead, maybe running it a little over the edge.
Yeah, right now it looks like you're seeing too. Hollabaugh looks like he's starting to reel him in a little bit here. It looks like them tires are already starting to go on him, so what to follow with that one as it proceeds.
Drivers now work their way down into turns 3 and 4, and Michael Gooden thinks about trying to get around his Ryco Performance teammate of Matt Hollabaugh for that second spot, but I think right now he's just going to try to settle in for the time being, work together as they have pulled away by almost 1.7 seconds ahead of 4th place of Austin Gassion, who leads that second group behind.
Yeah, so we've been worrying about Logan Runyon burning his stuff up. It could very well be that Matt Hollabaugh and Michael Gooden have been doing the same. They're right off the back bumper of Runyon. And, well, like you mentioned, they've pulled out just about a 2-second gap to the guys behind. I mean, they are flying in the early going.
Ooh, one car hit the wall right there off turn number 4. Couldn't catch the number of it, but he's able to keep it going. That would have been a bad situation, but they're able to keep on racing as we have this hornet's nest of cars trying to jockey for position. Several of them working that outside lane, then several's just sticking to the bottom, just trying to be smooth and consistent. Get to that first end of your pit cycle, set yourself up for a good little bit of adjustments as one car goes right up to the top side of the racetrack, almost going to rim ride it around the circuit.
Yeah, and Brandon Masajewski gets to the outside of Brian Smith. That's for the 4th place spot. I mean, everything from 4th on back is just a battle and a hang. Nobody giving an inch. Just about 3 wide into turn 1 that time. Masajewski now leading the way, trying to fight his way back up to the front 3. And I got to imagine those guys might have burnt up their stuff a little bit too much. So he might be reeling them back in before too long.
I mean, what else could I have done for him? I gave him the keys to the race.
Well, right now, as they do so, Masajewski will hold on to that 4th spot for the time being. Everyone just now trying to get themselves single file, except for the 27 and the 33 machine, who are right there. That, of course, being the 27 of Alan Wilson III and Roger Pierce, who are trying to work themselves around. They're going to go side by side, but they're kind of getting held up a little bit by both Maverick Davis along with the 97 of Brian Smith, who are also going to go side by side off turn number 4. And there, Smith just gets a little bit of a tip right there as he hits the wall a little bit, gathers it back up, will continue on his way, but that's a close call.
Turn 4 can be a trouble spot, and that was pretty close to one for Brian Smith. Almost race ending on lap 15. Would have been a tough pill to swallow. Instead, still side by side for the 5th place position. It looks like he's going to win out for now, but it's just so stacked up from Brandon Massajuski on back. I mean, they're starting to catch the leaders, but they're all going to catch them at the same time, and we're going to have a huge pack for the race lead.
Yeah, they picked up about 0.4 of a second last time by. It was about 1.8, 1.9, but these group of drivers are really working well together, and now that they're back side by side, that's now going to stretch it out for your top 3, because your top 3, they're single file. They're racing, but they're trying to pull away from the competition, give themselves a little bit of breathing room, and as they work their way back into turn 3 and 4, Brian Smith will now be the new leader of this group. This next-gen car with the racing on 1.5 miles has been absolutely phenomenal here, as we see just some good, hard group and racing amongst the competitors. There you see the 23 machine of Christopher Weil, who's been having a heck of a run up there, trying to get that outside line working, and he's staying comfortably inside the top 10 as Michael Gooden moves up to P2.
Oh, but that was a pretty poor move in the grand scheme of things. Cost them both a huge chunk of time off of the back bumper of race leader. Checked him up pretty big in 3 and 4, so I don't know. That was a little strange. Hollabaugh letting them in, not really fighting it too hard, but, I mean, they were right on the back bumper of the race leader, and now they're about halfway in between the two groups.
Oh, one car hit
Hollabaugh just got the fence there coming out of 2. These guys are running pretty hard up here at the front. It's a little early for that, I feel.
Maverick Davis also hitting the outside wall coming off of turn 2 as well. That gives him the shot to lose a spot to Brian Smith, as well as they'll now go back side by side as they race off into turn number 1.
Side by side for the 5th place position. Davis, Smith coming out of turn 2, tight between them. Don't believe there was any contact. Smith on the outside, able to cycle out in front for the 5th place spot for now. On the outside of 3 and 4, trying to keep a run up and a little bit further back, right behind these guys. Roger Pierce. Sorry, no. Maverick Dave or John Ballou and Roger Pierce side by side, going down to 1.
Good racing action here as we see the 27 machine of Roger Pierce having a good fight with John Ballou there in the red, white, and blue. Number 88 Team Conti machine. So it's a Ryco versus Team Conti night here as they go side by side off turn number 4, and Ballou will get the spot over the driver of Roger Pierce for the time being.
Runyon's still getting run down up at the front of the field ever since Gooden got past Hollabaugh. He's actually started to reel that gap back in that they kind of created with the weird pass. So Runyon kind of a sitting duck, and then even Gooden and Hollabaugh behind him, I feel like are on the struggle bus. Brandon Massajuski, Brian Smith, this entire pack has started to run them down, except somebody in the fence coming out of turn 4. I believe it was Christopher Weil, losing a couple spots coming out of 4.
Yeah, that was a tough break right there, so we'll see how that plays out. But now we see the condensing of this pack now. It was spread out a little bit. Now we're seeing how these drivers, as the 23 of Christopher Weil, is really struggling there. He nearly hit the outside wall again off turn number 2 as Brian Smith, along with Massajuski, will go to the inside of Matt Hollabaugh for position. Side by side off turn 4. A little bit of give and take right there as here comes Roger Pierce to the inside of his Ryco Performance teammate. And as they head off into turn 1, there you see Matt Hollabaugh dropping from the pole position to now 8th place.
Yeah, I'm starting to really think that those guys that were in the top 3 just outdrove their tires. I mean, Hollabaugh falling like a rock. I mean, just one mistake. These next 2 are just next up on the chopping block.
But that's also the good thing about this race, too, though. We're 24 laps into it. These guys just learned, hey, maybe I shouldn't do that again. And they got plenty of time to make that up.
That is still a whole lot of ground he's got to make up,
no,
though.
You don't want to dig yourself in a hole, but it's best to dig yourself into that hole early. Then it's too later on in the evening.
Alaba continuing to drop down into turn 3 and 4. Gonna have to wait and see how far he does drop in this long green flag run if it stays that way. Side by side for the race lead up at the front. Logan Runyon, Michael Gooden. And now that they're side by side, they're really gonna be breathing down their neck. Coming from behind, third place on back, all storming up to our race leaders who are in that fight. Logan Runyon trying to hang on for as long as he can. Hang on to that clean air on the outside with a good run. Able to hold on to the lead for now into 3 and 4. How far does Gooden drive down into the corner?
Gooden's going to really fight hard on the inside lane as they'll go side by side. Runyon, though, is able to hold off with the outside momentum working to his advantage for the time being. I guess when he was sticking to the inside lane for those few laps, he was able to maybe save a little bit of his equipment for the time being. And as they come through the middle of turn 1 and 2, Brian Smith is making a charge as well in that number 97 machine as he tries to put some pressure on Michael Gooden for the time being, as here comes Roger Pierce to the inside of John Ballou for the 4th position.
Yeah, Roger Pierce starting to move up through the field. Don't quite know where he came from, but man, he has absolutely been flying the last couple laps. Somebody in the fence further back, right in front of Wheel. Might have been PB Henry coming out of turn 4, finding the fence right in front of Hollabaugh. Hollabaugh now dropping outside of the top 10.
I swear, it's like we got a smoke machine on that little kick out on the wall on the front straightaway, because every time they come through there, I'm seeing something.
Front and back straightaway, we just saw another car hit the wall off turn number 2 right there as Gooden tried to get to the inside of Runyon for the position as Runyon goes a little wide. How about this? 3 wide for the race lead as Brian Smith wants to try to lead here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
The man found the groove on the outside of the racetrack, down the front straightaway, able to get into the preferred groove on the outside. Now that the tires have worn out a little bit, that outside groove really starts to move. Roger Pierce finding the fence out of turn number 2, trying to move up to the 3rd position now. Almost finding a bumper from his teammate there behind him, but now trying to find the right rear of Logan Runyon coming out of turn number 4. They're side by side for the lead, leaning on each other. Coming out of turn number 4, Brian Smith, John Ballou, side by side at the line, nothing between them.
I can't tell if we're watching a plate race or a Charlotte race. This is incredible.
I was getting ready to say, are we down to the last lap or something? Because they're racing like it is, as here comes Roger Pierce with a big head of steam as he tries to close into the back bumper of Brian Smith. John Ballou will concede the 2nd spot for the time being, and to the inside, Roger Pierce in that Ryco Performance Ford Mustang will try to lead the charge off turn number 4. As they come down across the start-finish line, it will be Brian Smith who will lead that lap.
Pierce not quite able to complete the pass, still fighting on the inside of the racetrack, fighting for 2nd, fighting up to side by side for 1st, but coming out of 2, not going to be enough. Ballou's going to get by him on the outside, give a bump draft to Kyle Smith. Ballou's the next one up to put up a fight.
Really impressive stuff right now here as they come across the start-finish line. A big push right there from John Ballou as he tries to work with the driver of Brian Smith. Now he will go back down to the bottom of the racetrack side by side for the race lead, and Ballou will edge out just a tick right off of turn number 2 and clear him. New race leader here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, John Ballou, as Brian Smith will get back to work on the back bumper of that number 88 Chevrolet, and now he'll dive to the bottom of the racetrack as they come through. Almost going to go 3 wide, a little further back for the 5th position.
Ballou found the fence.
I think he just
and
found
lost
the fence
the position.
there. He got a huge shove going into turn 3 there from Smith, and I think that was the difference that put him up in that outside wall there.
Ooh, getting skatey further back. Right on the outside of Logan Runyon. I believe Michael Gooden got a little nervy through 1 and 2 on the outside, able to hang on to it, but I thought we were about to find our first caution flag of the evening. Side by side for the lead. Once again, John Ballou back down to the inside of the racetrack. He's found his groove back, trying to get back at Brian Smith after just a little bit too much of a shove into turn number 3 last time through. Put that 88 into the wall. Oh, but the yellow flag is out. Spinner out of turn 4. Nicholas Padovich has lost it coming out of turn number 4. Oh my gosh, that was the closest flick spin to death I've ever seen in my life. Totally unnecessary. And almost ended his race, but hey, it looked good.
Get a chance to take a look at the replay of saw what happened to Nicholas Padovich right here as he works his way through around. Up, little bit of a bump right there from the 32 machine. That is Christopher Davis, and then the 3 machine.
Oh my.
I wonder if anything happened before, because that was that looked a
Definitely
little
chased him into
unnecessary.
the corner.
And Patovich, lifted there a little bit. I think he was about to get tight. Then he just got cleaned out.
Jacob Klein almost getting into the back bumper of him as well, but was able to avoid chaos that happened right there.
Oh, that was close. Good eye.
So I'm telling you, man, he almost destroyed his race on lap 34 for that. I was like, well, that's a little much. The pace or the leaders were not even into turn 3 yet. But hey,
It's good advertising for Toyota.
If everybody's gonna come down, take the first set of tires. Might as well, right? 35 laps into this thing, come down, put on some tires, get back out there. Got plenty of sets under the rules for tonight. 12 sets behind the pit wall. I mean, they got plenty. So I think, if you have a 35 lap run, you're coming down and taking tires every single time.
Let's see here. I want to do a quick little math here. Yeah, you would be right on the money right there. If you came down about every 35 laps or so, you would have enough tires to make it to the end.
I think they might have gave us too many tires this week.
I was thinking that
that's
it would
the
be
team
one
chaos
less,
for me.
But hey,
that's the team chaos for me, though.
Yeah, I thought that it would be 12 tire sets total, not 12 behind the pits. But hey, it is what it is. They I don't know if that's right though. Either way, it's gonna work out fine. We definitely have a lot of pit stops on offer for you tonight, and the cautions have been a little long this week from Charlotte. Maybe a lap or two longer than they probably should be.
13 tire set limit in the race.
Yeah, so 12 behind pit wall. That's just a lot, man.
It does seem like a lot compared to what we would normally see in an actual 400 lap race, even in the NASCAR series. I don't even think they would have that many.
I think they'll have 12. I think that they do it off of what NASCAR's is, but I think that they've given us one extra, unless I'm just mistaken.
They child-proofed it for us this week. They know we'd be spinning a lot.
Well, the first 35 were clean, and just a little two-car accident. One car going around out of turn number 4. That's not, it's not like it's anything too crazy. Now, I am worried for some of these restarts, especially later in the event. A lap or two after the actual restart, coming through the front straightaway, it gets a little hairy around the dog legs.
Yeah, it's got to throw in the fact too there, when we do get later in the run, anybody who decides to stay out with older tires, how that's going to affect the wheel spin and cause some stack ups in there as well.
It could be a bit of a problem, depending on which gear these guys are starting in, that is. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue, though. In the B car all week, I mean, I know that's an entirely different circus, but we haven't really had any big issues with wheel spin, so I don't think it's going to be much issue.
I feel like these cars have more grip, man.
Yeah, they got a lot more grip, so if we're not struggling with it in the B car, I think we'll be good in the Cup car. Also, Edstrom, you said the dog legs get hairy?
The dog legs do get hairy. I don't know if you've ever seen a dog leg, but they're typically pretty hairy.
Yeah, furry is the term I typically go for.
Well, that's fair. I'll think of that next time around. Whenever we go to Texas again, I'll be sure to say that.
Smokes like this where I'm glad Darby doesn't have an active mic.
Same.
Oh, you wouldn't.
37 laps in the books. We've already got an argument between the producer and a broadcaster.
Oh, my mic is live right now. Welcome.
Oh, no. Well, we're going back green. Brian Smith back into the restart zone. Going pretty early, taking the lead over John Ballou, coming down to the start-finish line. Ballou squeezing down to the inside of the racetrack. Once the bottom side through 1 and 2. Shortest distance, still getting up to speed. Got to take it if you can.
A good clean start. Look at everybody single file out here pretty fast. I think a lot of these guys learned that last run that going out there and going for broke got them, sent them back into the doghouse. So I think we're going to see a little bit cleaner of a run here, but I'm typically wrong, so that's a hornet's nest right there.
Absolutely. A lot of drivers just trying to jockey around for position here for the moment, but Brian Smith just leading the charge once again, but Baloo tries to put the pressure on him side by side for the race lead here as they'll dive it down into turn 3 and 4. The 33 machine of Sean Rogers also in the mix as well with that beast mode Chevrolet. Then you have Pierce right behind Christopher Weil. Ooh, gets a little squirrely as they go 3 wide across through the dogleg.
Yeah, Weil way to the outside out of turn number 4, almost finding the fence. Luckily was able to keep it out of it. Keep going, still only 10% through of this thing. John Baloo to the inside, gonna be tight. Smith had to lift, coming out of 2. Oh, and a little bit of a hip check. Down the back straightaway, Kyle Smith and John Baloo going at it.
But you don't want to be doing all that this early.
No, you do not.
Fold one of these fenders and lose all front downforce, man. You're in for a terrible night till you get to the next caution, get a chance to fix it. They are still side by side, door to door, just about beating off each other here going into turn 1.
Oh.
Is there a rewind button?
I don't think so.
I've said worse in my day.
And Smith up in the race lead, able to fend off the challenge from professional beater John Baloo. Baloo filing back into second. Sean Rogers on the outside looking for more. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. Christopher Weil to his inside.
Oh, all the way down to the apron here in the back of the pack. It's a impressive battle for 20th we got going right now.
Very impressive battle right here, as there you see Runyon trying to work his way up through the field from the 14th position, now moved up to P13. As he tries to work his way through, he's having a good fight with Vincent Crow, along with another number 33 machine right there in the mix. I believe is that Alan Wilson the third? Yes, it is. Got 2 33s out there. That's going to be fun.
Welcome to the life of announcing official iRacing races.
Unfortunately, but hey, we got a good one as we watch the action here.
I think we have 3 of them because I know Torres is out there running with the 33
too. 33s.
That's like triple Dale.
Triple double Dale.
Yeah,
triple double
Dale. Well, I'll be, to quote Stephen Harry.
Oh man.
By God.
Side by side for the race lead once again. John Baloo's not going away, not content with riding in second. Kyle Smith still on the outside. Able to hang on once again. That outside seems to be just a little bit too strong.
He's holding strong.
It's pretty strong, but after, like I said earlier, man, after you get, a handful of laps running up there and start really wearing down on those tires, you spend more time looking at the infield than you do the outside wall. So, we'll see how it works for him. It's a silence for me.
Well, we're watching this battle here with Masajewski right there. Brandon having a good fight as he breaks into the top 10. He's going to try to look to the inside of Derek Garrison up ahead of him, along with a couple of other competitors. He's got, of course, Logan Runyon right there trying to run down up toward the field. And then we have one of the legacy drivers, the number 25 machine, PB Henry, trying to work his way up through the field.
I don't think Matt Hollabaw's having a good time.
I don't think so
Started
either.
in the lead, back in the 12th place spot. I mean, it's been a frustrating night for Matt so far.
Very.
Well, I think, too, right now, Hollabaugh learned something on that first run about how much you can send and how much you can't. I think right now he's just trying to save up a little bit, help him get a long run, maybe work his way through some of these guys. Because,
Sean Rogers.
You see running out here just absolutely full send from start to finish here, it seems like. He's got to be expecting some of these guys to be coming back to him.
Ooh, John Baloo finding the outside wall just a little bit. Giving up the third place position. Sean Rogers had just found second. Looked to the inside of Brian Smith in 3 and 4. But once again, the outside groove has just been too good for Brian Smith.
It really has, and we're going to see how this works out as they come down through the middle of the back straightaway now, as Brian Smith has just been starting to pull a little bit away from the field. He's running around the same lap times as Sean Rogers, but everyone else kind of now pacing themselves a little bit. Michael Gooden also being one of those drivers who's trying to drop the hammer, but from John Ballou, everyone's now realizing, all right, let's settle in a little bit, get ourselves comfortable, and try to log some laps around the circuit as they work their way through the middle of turn 1 and 2. As PB Henry is basically that cork in the bottle right now. He's getting kind of holding up some of the drivers, such as Maverick Davis. I have a feeling once a couple of other drivers get by him, that could see these drivers closing in on your top 6.
When do we start seeing the tires falling off on some of these guys? A lot of these guys are running hard at the front of the field. When did the tires start falling and we have that kind of convergence like we had at the end of the last run?
I gave it about another 6 laps.
Think it'll be that quick?
This place, you can cheese them off so fast because of how gripped up it is. Like, I've found about every way this week possible to destroy my tires in about 10 laps. So, it's pretty easy to do.
So I'll know that for this weekend whenever I finally start running some races for this week. Save, save, save. Never push.
Well, you got to push a certain extent too, because there's a point too that I've noticed here on the mile and a half with the new with this tire model, where if you back up your corner entry and you kind of try to drive it off, a little bit off the right rear, try and keep up with everybody, you completely chunk the right rear off. Like I pit earlier this week, I had 73 right front and like a 32 right rear. That was that was fun.
Man.
And I wasn't even pushing.
How'd you make it back to pit road?
Well, the cool thing is pit road has a wall, so if you spin down it, you don't pop back out it.
Well, Sheldon, I think that just means that something might be wrong with your setup. If you got 32 on the right rear, and well, if you're looking for a setup, I've got the place to go.
Oh yeah? What place is that?
It's Ryco Performance. At Ryco Performance, we're more than a setup shop. We're a performance provider, preparing you weekly with data and setups to get you ahead of the curve of the competition. Whether you're a seasoned sim racer or a weekend warrior, our cutting-edge data packs and one-on-one coaching sessions are tailor-made to push the limits of yourself and their drivers, apparently, as he's able to recover back onto the racetrack. Great timing on that. I appreciate it. Why should you choose Ryco? We have expert craftsmanship by a team of seasoned builders, cutting-edge performance enhancements tailored to your vehicle, and unrivaled coaching and reliability to handle the most demanding circuits on the iRacing platform. For more information, visit us at Ryco-motorsports.com, where we build champions and deliver results. That's Ryco-motorsports.com. Big thank you to Ryco for sponsoring the Ryco Performance Friday night NiS Top Split, week in, week out. Obviously broadcasting second split here tonight, but every other week, Top Split. So be here every week.
That was a seamless plug.
Yeah, and then we almost we did get interrupted.
Very sad. We did. The leaders just about committed manslaughter on each other up there. And where'd Gooden come from?
I mean,
the close
tire saving, man. It's a tire saving. They're saving tires. They go up there. It just takes, like you said, 10, 15 laps saving tires while other people are fighting. And then all of a sudden, you got the best car in the field.
Could it have anything to do with the Ryco decal on the hood?
I mean, it could be, but I'm going to wait until the end to pass judgment on that.
About.
It's not like they're running 1 through 12 like they were at Wilkesboro, right?
This is wild. You are pretty judgmental most of the time. I'm not used to the new Austin.
I still am judgmental. You just, you got to break through in the right spots.
Oh, okay. I feel it.
It's a long race, I can't judge at lap 55. Excuse me. It's 400 laps. Ask me around 200, 250, and I might give you an answer. But right now, it doesn't really mean much. It does if they wreck each other out, which Michael Gooden really chased Brian Smith down into 3 this last time by. Able to get out of it. Okay, Roger Pierce fighting his way back up into the top 5 too.
Yeah, he's trying to get around Sean Rogers right now as they work their way back over into turn 1 and 2. Roger Pierce is on the inside lane, now crosses over and will complete the pass on the driver Sean Rogers. And now we'll try to go maybe help his Ryco teammate of the 16 of Michael Gooden. As here comes
3 wide for the lead.
Oh, that's going to be dicey. Hold on to her, boys.
He's got him in the fence.
And blew the round.
He squeezed him too far. Too far for John Bull. Oh, it's going to be close. These guys coming through. He's going to get away with it. He's got some left front damage. But it's looking like he's going to be able to right the ship and get that fixed. But that's a huge setback, and that could have been so much worse.
Oh, very much so.
Man, these things are tough.
Yeah, they take a beating.
I figured that thing would be completely destroyed.
No one to blame but himself here. Just washing out too wide. Pinched him into the fence. Roger Pierce barely through to second.
Yeah, close call indeed right there as they work their way around the circuit. But, I mean, it's a great heads-up driver by everyone else to not make contact with John Ballou. But, unfortunately, he's going to have some repairs done to that number 88.
Yeah, he had a good move to the middle, man. I mean, he found the space, just pushed it a little bit too far on exit. We're going to use this opportunity to take our first commercial break of the evening. Be sure to stick with us. We got a ton more racing action whenever we come back. Welcome back to Ryco Performance Friday night in NiS. Second split action tonight from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We've completed, well, this time around it'll be 60 laps out of the 400, so still a good ways to go. About 85% of this race left to be ran. Michael Gooden up in the lead. Roger Pierce on the outside. Two Ryco Performance Ford Mustangs lined up in the front row. Sean Rogers in third. Christopher Wheel in fourth. Green flags back out. Michael Gooden's back to the gas. We're back under green here from Charlotte. Side by side for second. Pierce not with a good restart. Might end up losing third.
Yeah, he's going to try everything he can, but Brian Smith's going to work his way through. But Roger Pierce will try to get that outside lane going. He will drop back to P4. And then you got Derek Garrison and Christopher Whale, Maverick Davis, PV Henry working hard. Here comes that 83 machine. He'll look to the inside, but you see right there, Roger Pierce shuts the door on Derek Garrison for the spot, but that opens the door for Christopher Wheel to come around the outside and get the spot away from Roger Pierce.
Yeah, Wheel on the outside, looking like he's going to complete that pass up to the fourth place position on the outside of the racetrack. Pierce with a terrible restart in second. Now back to the fifth place spot, single file all the way back until we got a battle side by side for seventh. I believe that's Maverick Davis looking to the inside of Derek Garrison, actually a battle for six.
This is going to be interesting to see how this plays out as Roger Pierce moves back to P5 as he looks to the inside and will try to hold off Brandon Masajewski for that 5th position as Masajewski goes around the outside and he gets a good run. Now, he got a big run of steam here as he comes off the corner exit. He moves up into top 5. Look at the run he's getting right now. He's all over the back bumper. Brian Smith for 4th position. He wants to have a shot at the race lead here possibly.
He ended up checking up big time behind Brian Smith. Was very surprised that he didn't go for the move. It's kind of checked up everybody from right behind him on back. I mean, just a pretty big pack of cars all on top of each other. Christopher Wheel starting to pull away in 3rd.
He's doing everything that he can right now as he works his way through, but Brian Smith will hold off for the time being. Christopher Wheel now getting a good run. Looking at his lap times, he just ran the fastest lap of the race here out of everyone inside the top 10 overall, so he is absolutely putting on some speed here in this stage of the race as we're closing in on the quarter distance of tonight's race.
Oh my God, we're making it there. It's awesome.
It is.
I'm feeling optimistic, man.
Oh, man, you ruined it. Good jinx.
And they're on the fence. Everybody's
jinx,
upside down.
They're going to be reckoned within the next lap.
Oh, you know it. Team Chaos.
That is our...
It's too early for Martinsville levels of chaos.
Look, I wrecked you in Latimer once. I'll do it again.
Hey, man. I was just talking about the pure cautionness of Martinsville. We don't need that for a 400 lapper around Charlotte.
Oh man, we gotta do the Sharpie 500 too, don't we?
Oh, it would almost happen. They're trying to wreck.
Isn't the Bristol night race 500 miler too, or 500 lapper?
500 laps, yeah, I think so.
Oh God, we'll never finish that one.
Eventually, all the wreckers weed themselves out of the short tracks like that, though. You know, the incident limit keeps some people in check. So you get to a point where it runs green. It typically takes a while.
It does. But you know what? We'll get to the end of this race.
Will we?
I mean...
Or will we be killing each other by the end of this race?
Well, we'll see in 2 hours and 45 minutes. How about that?
I hope you're right about the 2 hour and 45 minute part. You never know.
Never know indeed here, but really good racing.
We could have 3 green right checkers at the end of this thing and make this a 420 lapper.
Oh goodness! Don't put that evil on us.
If Sheldon's gonna try to jinx us, I'm gonna throw some jinxing out there.
I think Darby just wants to see 420 on the lap ticker at least once in his career.
It's gonna happen on that 500 Bristol or 500 lap Bristol race. Take a screenshot.
Added to the 500 laps at Martinsville with the MX-5 cars later in the year too.
Oh God, that would be fun.
That's just gonna be chaos.
Yeah, exactly. That would be pure chaos. 500 laps. That's a lot. Man,
It is.
Christopher Wheel not content with 3rd place, looking to the outside of Sean Rogers.
Keeping an eye on this battle here for 2nd place as Sean Rogers putting the pressure on. And how about this, Christopher Wheel? He'll go around the top side of Michael Gooden. New race leader. Christopher Wheel will get the wheelman up there and take over the race lead here.
Man, Wheel just pulled the 2-for-1 combo there in 1 and 2. What a heck of a run.
Absolutely.
We saw it in the first stint, though. Pushing like that was pretty detrimental once we got later on in the run. Is he pushing a little too early?
Well, I think the only thing detrimental right now is that paint scheme. It's a little too pink, man. It's giving me a headache.
Oh, my.
You think?
We're going to need Chris to change paint schemes by next week. Or by the next time that we have a full-length race, because we'll be broadcasting 2nd split. So you got a little while, Chris, but we need you to... Sheldon needs you to buckle up. You're hurting his poor little eyes.
My eyes are hurting.
Well, how about this gaggle of cars here with Matt Hollabaugh right there in the 17th position? I mean, this is a driver who you kind of are wondering what's going to happen as we progress further into the night when we get to cooler temperatures. Is he going to be the one driver who will fight his way up through the field? Same thing with Logan Runyon. I mean, they've been kind of trapped outside the top 10 ever since that first caution.
I mean,
Yeah, because on that
really...
first stint, they pushed hard as heck, and now they're kind of stuck back in traffic with everybody. They got to play the tire-saving game.
Absolutely, and we'll see how they progress through as they work their way around the circuit here. But right now, it's just a matter of seeing how this will play out amongst the competitors as they work their way through there. You see Patovich, who's in 30th position, who's struggling right now after his first lap, or first caution earlier in the race, as Roger Pierce moves up to P6.
I expected more out of Hollowball after we regrouped, got those tires earlier, but he's just really, it doesn't look like anything's agreeing with him right now.
Maybe he's actually just saving tires this time. I think he just pushed too hard. This time it doesn't look like he's really fighting the thing. I think he might just be holding back a little bit.
No, I just wouldn't be dropping that far back, though. Especially when, you know, we kind of established that we're going to get a caution every 30 or 40 laps.
Are we, though? That's not guaranteed.
Happens more than once. It's a pattern.
It's only well, I don't think it means anything. I think you're reading into it too much.
Well, I am an overthinker. You know this.
A little bit. I don't think, I mean, if we get a caution at lap 90, I'll eat a hat, but...
What kind of hat we talking? Like straw gardener hat?
Let me see. Trying to see what I do have a straw gardener hat back here. We can go with that. I'll eat some straw.
You did.
Classic Alabama.
Yeah. Do you have
I live on a farm.
Do you like yank a weed out of the grass and stick that in your mouth while you wear it? A little bit of overalls and some, you know, like.
Drove my tractor to work.
Hang on, I'm having a stronk over here.
To school whenever I was in high school.
John Deere D100,
I have a banjo
wasn't
in
it?
my room. I have a banjo in my room. I don't know how to play it though, unfortunately.
Uh-oh.
That's more West Virginia-y, kind of. Which is more you. So I would expect you to have a banjo.
That is significantly wrong. I live on the. I don't live in West Virginia. I live in East Virginia.
Well, I know you're in Virginia.
We just have drugs out here. We don't have banjos.
Oh. That's nice. Great place to raise a kid, Sheldon.
Yeah, those country roads take me home. It's a wonderful place to raise a kid.
Michael Gooden up to the second place spot. Sean Rogers, though, looking around his outside. Looking like he's going to be able to take it from him. Coming down into turns 3 and 4. Rogers powers by on the outside. Way late lifting. That's going to allow Michael Gooden to get back to his inside. A little bit of a tap. The two almost coming to blows through 3 and 4. Looks like Rogers is going to escape it in second place. He's going to try to run down Christopher Wheel.
Hey, what's something happening in that in 3 and 4 there with the 27? There was a lot of smoke coming out of that bad boy midway through the corner.
Yeah, there certainly was. And now as we look, here comes Roger Pierce down to the inside of Michael Gooden as he wants to try to get that third spot back away from him as they come through the middle of 3 and 4, but it slides back into fourth position as Christopher Wheel has slowly started checking out a little bit from the rest of the field. He's now 0.3 of a second. He's running some decent lap times right now, but the question is, has he burned off his tires already as they come through the back straightaway, and he tries to break the trap a little bit from his competitors. We ride on board with him.
21 laps on the tires, so we are getting to that point where if you pushed a little bit too hard, you're going to start hurting, and I think that's what we're seeing from Chris on the outside. Sean Rogers has gotten there. We might end up having a 3-wide battle. Michael Gooden looking to force himself into position to perhaps come out of this with the race lead. Down to the turn 1, Sean Rogers way down to the inside. He's going to easily take the position. It ends up being a side-by-side battle for third. We might be 3 wide per second. Rogers sideways, able to hang on to it. Roger Pierce back there still trying to make hay, trying to get up to the third place spot, even after almost spinning that thing out.
Absolutely amazing run and amazing car control as he was able to gather it back up. But Sean Rogers leads the charge here once again. In that number 33, I believe, is what he's running out there. Yes, he is, as he will be one of the highest running 33 machine out there in the Beast Mode Chevrolet.
Battle of the 33, Sean Rogers on top so far. I guess that's the most likely number to win in the field, right? I mean, we got so many of them. Roger Pierce trying to put the 27, kind of an out there number. Not too many people run the 27. Up there in third place. He's had a pretty good long run car so far, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Roger Pierce putting himself up towards the front. As he already has, but a little bit closer.
It's a little bit.
It's not like you can get much closer than third, but I feel like he's got a little bit more in that thing.
I think he has got just a tick to maybe pull something out of the hat here as we progress further in this race, as they work their way across the start-finish line here. And how about this? The driver of that number 83, right behind PB Henry, is Derek Garrison, as they work their way through. So far, Garrison tries to look to the inside, can't find the opening around the legacy driver PB Henry, and then right behind is the number 1 flipper machine of Vincent Crowe, having a good run inside the top 10.
Yeah, Vincent doing a good job considering he started 31st. Yeah. All the way from the very back of the pack into the top 10. Vincent doing a heck of a job.
One of your biggest movers for the night.
Look at that. He takes off the Quinn Half paint scheme and he starts running good. Who would have thought?
Oh, man, he finally listened to us.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, man. No, he's looking
Bullying
good.
works.
Yeah, it's great. Go learn a book, Austin.
As we watch here, we got PB Henry trying to work his way around to the bottom of the racetrack here, but that will open the door for Vincent Crowe to move up to the 9th spot there.
Sheldon, did you just tell me to learn a book?
Go learn you a book.
What the hell does that even mean?
Come on, boy.
What does learn me a book mean?
Go learn you a book, boy.
Don't mean anything.
And ladies and gentlemen,
read a daggone book. I mean, God bless East Virginia education bullcrap.
yeah, we're not even 100 laps in the race yet.
Yeah, I knew it was going to happen early.
I was expecting at least around 102.
No.
Hey, man. I've had a few head injuries. Bear with me.
Join the club.
Yeah.
As we watch the field of drivers, here comes a good fight right now. Derek Garrison battling right now with the driver of Tyler Merritt in the McConey machine. Those two are going to go side by side. It's Team Conti versus McConey, as they will work their way side by side across the start-finish line here. And the number 2 of Tyler Merritt will come out on top for the moment. But he's got some help from Vincent Crowe and Adam Benefield breaking into the top 10 after starting outside the top 30.
Man, Tyler Merritt using absolutely all the racetrack, just touching the fence out of 2. Chopping up that momentum a little bit. Garrison able to hang on to the inside until we get down to the 3. Merritt drives it in deep. But that 83 on the inside. Derek Garrison a little bit better through the center of the corner. Able to get fully side by side as we come off of 4. Tight 2x2 racing here. 2 83s on the inside.
Good
It's
fight.
just there's a lot of Dale love in here tonight.
Well, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of drivers utilizing the Dale Earnhardt paint schemes here as they work their way through. But watching on here, that 83 machine of Adam Benefield, he's thought about going 3 wide. And oh no, we got 2 83 machines.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Oh no. So the question is, ladies and gentlemen, how many doubles, triples, or quadruple numbers do we see tonight?
I guess we need to do a full field rundown and figure it out.
Next thing you need to be looking for is 12s, because those seem to be very popular these days, too.
Why?
Oh, big side draft there on the 2.
Well, he's able to gather it back up right there and continue on as, hold on to her there, Maverick. So he's able to hold on for the moment.
Maverick Davis on the inside, trying to take this spot away. Just a little bit further back, coming down into turn number 1 to the inside. Maverick Davis sliding up, trying to slide him. Tyler Merritt not really able to go anywhere with it. Just having to settle back into the 10th place spot. Good move there from Davis.
What a
the
beautiful
83,
graphic.
is that Benefield? I believe Benefield just had an issue. Off the pace.
Let's keep track, see what he does. He's falling back. He got back to 14th, so he's still in the hunt, as Logan Runyon got back by him, along with Alan Wilson III and Luke Doran. Luke Doran we've seen on some past races when it comes to the GridVision broadcast. As we'll take a look at the replay to see what happened to Adam Benefield.
Yeah, we saw the move that happened behind him, just coming out of turn number 2. Benefield a little twitchy, able to hang on to it, but had to lose a ton of time, had to get on the brakes. Ends up being a tough break, but we're side by side for the race lead. Roger Pierce has one out in a battle for second. Now is to the inside of Sean Rogers. Down to turn number 1, Roger Pierce up to the race lead. Power move on the inside.
Good fight here as we see the driver of Luke Doran trying to get to the inside of the driver of Derek Garrison along with Tyler Merritt. Merritt trying to hold strong as we see Doran getting a little bit of help from Alan Wilson III.
I believe we've gotten to the point where this is our longest stint on tires, or we're really, really close. We've ran 35 laps on this set, so we're starting to see who is better at tire saving.
I'm guessing your hat's safe at this point.
I think so.
What a shame. Needs to be one less straw hat in the world.
I'll burn it for you.
Okay, that's fine.
Well, we got some side-by-side battle for position here between Alan Wilson and Tyler Merritt for that 11th position as Luke Doran breaks into the top 10 here as they come out of turn number 2. It's 2x2.
Oh, big slide.
Oh, big slide. Oh, wow.
Into the inside wall.
What a save.
That Luke Doran. Big-time save right there for the 5.
I mean, that should have been a race ender. And I mean, I know he made some contact down there, but it's nothing in the grand scheme of things.
And we'll see. He's fallen all the way back to 25th right now.
Plenty of time.
It's okay.
Especially because I don't think he's got any damage here.
This is the thing that sneaks up on you here. Turn 2, you go in there, you feel like you got all the grip in the world, and next thing you know, you just come out there, and it feels like somebody yanked the back tires right out from under you.
And that's just a kiss on the inside wall, man. I mean, he just gave it a little nudge.
I like how he didn't try to fight it. I like how he didn't try to fight it there too much, because if he did, that would have been a 20 times worse. He just let the car do what it wanted and cracked out of the throttle. It's real good heads-up driving on his part.
Yeah, really good heads-up driving as we see Christopher Wheel falling back quite a ways as well. Did he have the same issue off turn 2? Because he was up towards the top 3. Now he's in 6th position and about to get swallowed up by several other drivers. Brandon Mazajewski will move up a spot as Smith hits the outside wall off of turn number 4.
Well, remember, Wheel pushed really hard at the beginning of this run. Starting to fall back, push those tires a little too hard.
Absolutely.
He was running all the way up on the fence until about 3 laps ago, so he's back up there again. So I can guarantee you that right rear is pretty much down to the cords at this point.
Yeah, so it's going to be a matter of how long can he hold on for here as the field works their way around. And continues to see who comes out on top with this stage of the race, as here comes a big run by Michael Gooden around the outside of Maverick Davis. Gooden trying to get around, but I think Maverick Davis with those fresher tires as far as taking care of them compared to what Gooden has done during the stage is going to play in Davis's favor. He will move up to P3.
Yeah, I think we still have, 20 laps on this run? We can probably make it another 20. I mean, these guys are going to have to push these tires for a long, long time. I'd be a little nervous for a couple of these guys that are already starting to slip through the pack.
I would be too.
Well, one person I can tell you probably shouldn't be too nervous right now. I feel like Pierce has really done a good job working that bottom, not coming off it, committing to that stripe, running a nice, slow, methodical pace down here on the inside. And I can guarantee you that his tires are probably some of the best in the field right now. Look at that nice steady wheel through 3 and 4. Not giving it too much throttle too soon, coming out nice and straight. That's what this car likes.
Not enough to build an advantage over Maverick Davis or Sean Rogers just yet. And we were talking about him being the best tires on the field. Maverick Davis might be the one with the best tires. He's looked really, really nice. Now to the outside of Pierce. Sorry, on the outside of Sean Rogers for second. He's going to take it. Rogers has to just back off. Maverick Davis might just come through and swipe this lead away in a handful of laps.
Yeah, it's going to be close right here, so we'll see how this plays out with the competitors as they work their way through across the start-finish line. And Davis will hold on to that 3rd position. Roger Pierce, though, making his way up through the field. Brian Smith, though, falling back. He's outside the top 5 in 7th position as he falls into the clutches of 2 Ryco drivers and a Team Conti driver.
Brian Smith fighting back on the outside, trying to hang on over Garrison. Up towards the front, though, Roger Pierce, he's in a side-by-side battle for the race lead. Maverick Davis has taken care of those tires. We've gotten over 40 laps on them, 44 to be exact. And they're just starting to come in for Davis. He is flying around the outside of Roger Pierce. Pierce can't even put up a fight. Maverick Davis to the race lead, and we're just past the quarter mark of the race. Still a ton of time left in this one.
I think Pierce is being conservative right now. I think he's letting these guys go out here and saw those things off. Like I said, I haven't seen Pierce come up off the bottom this entire run. And I think that's where he's content to stay. Let these guys go out here, burn their stuff up. He'll bring them back in. So what his strategy is, I think, in his head right now.
They don't have too many laps left on these tires, right? So, I mean, you might as well start pushing.
Yeah, you got that lapper up there mixing things up. It's making me nervous.
It is making me a little bit nervous as well there, Shelton, as we watch this battle here. I got to say, Davis is really just trying to side draft him quite a bit to get around. He does finally clear him, but that was a little bit too close for comfort right there as they got around the lap car of Jonathan Jordan right there. The first car to be put a lap down, and we're already a quarter of the way distance through.
Amazing how fast these laps are ticking by.
Absolutely.
For now.
We're almost done with a singular A open. Yeah. Or wait, was A open? Yeah, I think it was 100 laps, right? For some reason, I thought it was 100. Oh, yeah, it is 110. Okay, never mind. So we haven't gotten there yet, but we are close. Only 2 cautions in the book so far. I didn't have to eat a straw hat. We're looking nice.
Oh, we got one sliding down on the inside.
That was Chris Wheel.
Yeah, Chris Wheel. One heck of a save. Man, like I said, them tires are gone just about.
Yeah, they're starting to fade quite a bit for our drivers as they work their way around. I mean, you're looking at currently 48 lap old tires for everyone, and those tires are already starting to scream just a little bit for them as they work their way around the circuit and seeing how much we've already fallen off. Already almost a second to almost 2 seconds as Sean Rogers ran at 31.0.
There's a lot of fall off around this racetrack, especially whenever you get almost 50 laps in, completing 49 on these tires. A little bit less than that if you only count the green flag laps. So, I don't know, maybe about 45, 46. That's a long ways. These tires are worn out. These guys are hurting. Some of them have saved and they're starting to pick off guys, but they're having trouble too, right? Like it's not easy to get past some of these guys that have worn out their stuff, especially this late in the run. You don't have any grip either. It's just their grip's a little bit worse. And it just creates these big stack ups, and we see it from about, third on back? I mean, Brandon Massajuski, everybody behind him. Sean Rogers, who he just got by, he is holding up the pack.
Yeah, he's holding up just a little bit here. He's the cork in the bottle right now once we see what he can do. And already here comes the driver of Derek Garrison to the inside of Sean Rogers. Goes up to the top side of the racetrack. Brian Smith, Adam Benefield closing in on this one as well.
I think Sean Rogers is just protecting right now. I don't think that he can really do much. Oh, he gets
we got
tapped.
contact.
And
Benefield.
Adam Benefield. Oh, what a save. He locked it down. What a job from Benefield to hang on to that thing.
Absolutely.
Benefield is just not having a good night right now.
He is just trying everything he can to hold on for dear life at the moment, and he is absolutely doing so here as we'll take a look at the replay. Watch this contact. He tries to see if he can slide into place here as they head into the corner. There you see Gooden on the top side, and then there's the contact up ahead of him between Smith, and then Smith just makes that contact with Benefield, and he just locks it down. And looking over everything, Benefield, trying to see where he is on timing and scoring right now. He is at 11, so he didn't lose a whole lot of time. Actually,
yeah, he had fought himself into 6, right? I mean, it still hurts.
No, still hurts, and those tires are going to be messed up for sure because of how much locking down he had to do.
And Benefield's actually 16th. Sorry, it just updated this time by. So he lost a little bit more than that. That hurts really bad. He had already had the issue earlier. Saved tires enough to fight his way up towards the top 5. Just about got into the top 5 and then taken out from something that you really had nothing to do with. That's unbelievably frustrating for Benefield. Luckily for him, this is the longest race of the year. You still got 3A Opens to figure it out.
Absolutely. Actually, a little under 3A Opens.
2.5.
We haven't even gotten into the sunset yet, so we got a ways to go.
Well, while we're a little ways away from the green flag pit stops, we're going to take another commercial break. Be sure to stay with us. Those green flag pit stops are going to be kicking off any minute.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to more Ryco Performance Friday night NiS second split action. Man, 3 wide down the front straightaway, getting close. Vincent Crowe stuck in the middle as we come back. Roger Pierce on the outside. Not Roger Pierce, Sean Rogers on the outside. I've been making that mistake all night. But green flag pit stops are getting close as long as we can stay green. They're trying to make that not the case.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to make that not the case indeed, as we see a couple of drivers working. Oh, no, we got the 33s working together right now. So as they work their way through, Wilson the third is trying to get around Sean Rogers for the moment, and he will look to the inside, not close enough to make anything work Ford versus Chevy down to the bottom of the racetrack. We will see Wilson III go for it as he will try to clear him off turn 2. Not quite, as here comes Christopher Wheel with a big run as he's trying to see if he's determining who to push, heading off into turn 3 and 4 and still side by side for position.
Yeah, we're about to start seeing people peel off down to pit road. And this is a tough pit road to get to, especially if you don't warn people behind you that you're coming down to pit. You can get ran over really quickly here. So it's a tough one. We see one driver already down. Maverick Davis, though, saved his tires wonderfully. He is flying 3.2 seconds over Brandon Massajuski. What a run from Maverick Davis.
Absolutely. Yes, and yeah, Wayne Hutchinson is, of course, a driver we see compete regularly in the majors. Of course, the Dog Bear machine, and of course, there you see that number 27 with the Dog Bear logo on the side of his number 27 Toyota. We'll be getting ready to see him compete in the majors 24 in just a couple of weeks' time. As Logan Runyon comes down pit road along with Tyler Merritt, PB Henry stays on the track. As we see Tyler Merritt come off of pit road now with the McConey setup Ford Mustang.
Oh, Roger Pierce in the fence out of turn 4 in the 3rd place spot. Allowing Garrison to get up to his back bumper before they get down to turn number 1. Really don't want to lose this much time or give yourself some damage this late in the run. No reason to put yourself any further behind. Roger Pierce doing a good job. Don't ruin that. Running in the top 3. Yeah, you're giving up third here. I think maybe there's still so much time left in this race. You never know what's going to have these next couple of runs. Keep yourself in the fight. Pierce looking to do that. Looking to come down pit road this time.
Yeah, Roger Pierce comes down pit road. You got to have a good, clean pit stop. Don't be speeding. Michael Gooden also comes down pit road. Who else? Alan Pajara in the big gut number 20 machine. As we also see Austin Gassion coming down as well in the number 5 machine. I'm curious, how many HendrickCars.com Kyle Larson paint schemes we're going to see throughout the weekend? We only saw one here tonight, but how many was in probably the Monday night top split event?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there was too many.
Oh, wow. That's impressive, given the fact of Kyle Larson about to do the double. Maybe, depending on the weather.
What an awesome weekend we got coming up here too.
Oh, absolutely.
God, it's Christmas for race fans.
It really
weekend
it's
is.
supposed to be, but I don't think it's going to be. And I think he might have been speeding.
I think he was speeding.
Oh boy.
Davis came flying down.
He really did. We'll see. Did he get the black flag? Yes. No, he didn't get the black flag, but Matt Hollabaugh might have gotten the black flag, along with Christopher Wheel.
Oh, Hollabaugh's night just keeps getting worse and worse, don't it?
If there's ever a term for bad luck, look up in the dictionary. There you see Matt Hollabaugh's car right there in the mix.
That's so tough, man. He started on the pole, and it's just been nothing but a downhill slide.
It really has, as a couple other cars coming off pit road. Vincent Crowe, along with the 30 machine of Michel Bastion in the Pro Racing Simulators 2WRS Ford. We'll rejoin the racetrack, and so far just checking to see who else might have got penalties. So far it's just Christopher Wheel and Matt Hollabaugh.
Still a couple of guys out on the racetrack trying to run this as long as possible. Adam Benefiel to the inside in 3 and 4. Obviously going to lose out as all the guys fighting just got tires put on, and Benefiel actually going to be coming down pit road. So is Alan Wilson behind him. They ran it as long as they could. 70 laps on those tires.
And Benefiel came pretty close to those barrels there, and those barrels don't typically lose too many fights with these cars here this week.
No.
I've seen so many people hit them the last couple weeks. It's been ridiculous.
Same here, and as we'll see, is Benefiel coming? Yes, he is. He's coming down pit road. Slides the tire. We're back live. Maverick Davis has retaken the race lead. And he's got a good lead.
That just about, too.
Beautiful job with a pit stop.
I like what he was doing. He proved me wrong. I figured he was really tearing them tires up late in that run running up top, but it seems like he's figured out something around here.
Absolutely.
keep them
He's got
things
the
on
long
and still
run
be
pace,
fast.
man. Holy cow. He's got a 4.7 second lead over Brandon Massajuski after the pit stops, and he's got a little bit fresher tires than just about everybody else. Same lap as Brandon, but a little bit fresher than every single driver behind him on back in the top 10. So Maverick Davis is looking really nice at the front of the field, and what a drive it's been from him, starting in the 17th place spot, getting up now into the lead of the race. Only 130 laps into this thing with that big of a gap. Safe to say that he's putting his stamp on the favorite so far. Not even halfway done, so you never know what could happen, but I'd have to say Maverick Davis would be our favorite.
Oh, yeah, and based on how fast those guys are kind of reeling him in back there in second, I guarantee you that he's still just doing what he does best. He's saving those tires, trying to get it even out here on the long run, especially with these guys behind him on older tires than he is. I think he's got this thing on cruise control at the moment.
Yeah, he's really got a nice cruise control, and with Maverick having how much of a gap of he has over Massajuski, Roger Pierce, PB Henry, and Derek Garrison, he can really start conserving a lot of his tires here and be able to run a little longer, save a little fuel, save a set of tires possibly till a certain point of the race where maybe, if possible, could use that in a late race caution.
Well, I feel with them all running 60 or 70 laps that time, that, I mean, that's a tire set saved already, right? I don't know. Well, I don't know. You never know what could happen at the end of this thing. You never know if we could get a quick string of cautions where everybody gets thrown on slightly different tire strategies. So I feel like, to your point, I feel like saving a tire set whenever you can is definitely a good idea. I just don't know if that's kind of the play. I think we're locked into a long green flag run type of period for a while, to where everybody's going to have enough tire sets for the end of this thing to do whatever the heck they want.
We got 12 sets of tires down there on pit road for each of these guys. At least we did at the start, sitting in the box, and I seriously think that's enough for everybody to have a set at the end.
You know, once we get into one of these long green flag runs where you have a green flag pit stop, it becomes so much more difficult after everybody's done with that pit stop for a caution flag to come out. I feel like once you get completely done with that first green flag pit cycle, you're locked into a green flag run for a while. It's going to take something way out there to bring out the yellow.
Especially with these guys running single file all the way through the field right now.
Exactly.
Well, Massajuski is starting to reel back in your race leader, Maverick Davis, just a little bit. He was about a tenth faster last time by. It's still around 4 seconds, but it's starting to dip just a little bit into the 3.9 seconds every so often.
Still feel like Maverick is just saving his stuff, you know, like he did on that last run. Don't push up to the front right away. You don't have to do it. You don't have to really force yourself. And the way that he set himself up on the tire strategy, being on, you know, basically equal with the freshest laps or freshest tires in the field, and with a 4 second gap, you've got, you know, 2 seconds to play with, where you can give up 2 seconds by saving tires, and you're just gonna completely destroy them on the long run. I feel like Maverick's playing a little bit of games with these guys, just using that gap, letting it come down a little bit, not pushing. And if we get to lap 20, 30 on these this set of tires, which we're on lap 10, I think he's going to take off.
I have to agree with you on that here as they work their way around the circuit, as Sean Rogers and PB Henry are in a little bit of a fight along with the driver. See here, that's John Ballou. Yeah, John Ballou back into the mix as well. He sits in 8th position, and they're closing in on Michael Gooden from 5th to about 12th position. Is a really good fight. You got all these drivers here separated by just under a second pretty much here as they work their way around the circuit. But John Ballou working his way up through the field, trying to catch his way back into the top 5.
It's really frustrating being stuck in a battle pack like this. After a green flag pit stop, you know, the leader's 4 seconds out. Second place has, you know, half a second gap. There's not really too many battles throughout the field. You really just need to be making time. But instead, you're stuck battling for 5th, having to fight for track position and try to keep up with the leader. Really tough on your tires, and you're basically destined to fail. There's not much you can do to get back up to that race leader without a caution. Luckily for these guys, 260-something laps left to go. We're going to have a yellow at some point.
I'll tell you, two guys that are absolutely praying for caution right now is Matt Hollabaugh on that one machine and Christopher Wheel on the 23. Those two, that green flag pit cycle was not kind of neither one of those fellas. Sitting 32nd and 33rd.
I mean, what in the world? Starting first, back to 32nd, and it wasn't all lost on pit road. He was struggling out on the racetrack too. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be happy when we move on to next week. I can tell you that. Where do we go next week anyway?
We do have 260 laps, so he's still got a chance. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Where does NASCAR go next week?
I'll give you that here in one moment. Well, the next race is Worldwide Technology Raceway is where we're going next.
It's already Gateway? Okay.
Yep, heading to Gateway.
Thought Gateway was a little bit later.
We're going to Gateway, and they decided to send the B car to Nashville Fairgrounds. I love it. Thanks.
So it's Gateway, Sonoma, and then we go to Iowa, New Hampshire, Nashville, and then the Chicago Street Race. So that's for the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Iowa soon. I'm excited about that.
Iowa, New Hampshire, man, those are going to be farm weeks for me, buddy.
I feel you on that. I was talking about the real life race. I feel like Iowa, multi-lane, that's all the next gen needs is a multi-lane racetrack. And I think Iowa's got the opportunity or presents an opportunity for that to happen, especially if we get the tire right. So I'm hopeful for Iowa week.
I'm hoping so too.
Wilkesboro
looked really good last week with the multi-lanes and everything. It's just the car, man, it messed it up. Looked really racy for what it was.
I think if we had more cars on the track, it would have changed things up a little bit.
True.
Yeah, the lappers, definitely. It felt like watching an old Richmond race from back in the day, though. I was really pleased with that.
Absolutely. So we're making progress, I think, with this next-gen car with the short track package. I mean, the drivers were happy with it. So we'll see how this will progress further on here. And I think with that new tire compound that they're working on, I say we could see maybe a resurgence with this car at short tracks. Probably not
taking bigger stabs at it.
Yes, that's the biggest thing.
Oh, no hope's not lost. They just haven't really made any changes yet. They're just trying to pinpoint, I guess, where they need to start with it, because it is so drastically different from everything else we've ever seen.
So I got to point out, Brandon Masajewski has caught up to our leader by half a second. Starting to cut into the gap just a little bit. Let's see, we've got 18 completed on these tires for the front runners. So I'm saying another 7 to 12 laps. And our race leader is going to just start pulling away. These guys are still reeling them in, but I feel like they might be pushing just a little bit too hard trying to get up to Maverick.
Well, they picked up about half a second, like you said, and closing right now. They're running similar lap times right now to your race leader, 30.1 to a 30.2, and as they cross the line here, Maverick Davis ran a 30.27, Masajewski a 30.10, so about over a tenth faster than your race leader. So he's starting to pick it up, but the question is going to be, how well does Masajewski conserve his tires as we progress later in the run, and how much is Maverick saving to where he is losing time on second place, but saving tires for later in the run where he can just power his way back up through the field?
I think Davis is toying with him. I think if he gets that lead down to 2 seconds in that ballpark, I think you're going to see Davis start to pull away. I think he's just holding on to what he's got right now, waiting for him to burn their stuff up behind him and then just build an even bigger gap.
I like your thinking, Sheldon. I do. I really think that. I really think that's his play, right? I mean, I feel like that is the correct play. You got a long race. You're hoping it runs green because of the positioning you're in. And you know if you play it right, there's nothing anybody can do. And I feel like that is just playing it right. If you got the tire strategy right so far, you've got the gap. Just be the long run guy and hope it runs green, because even if it doesn't, you got such a big lead that if the caution flag comes out, well, you're going to be in the lead whenever the caution comes out. So I feel like it's a no-lose situation for Maverick Davis here, saving a little bit. And he's actually started to bridge that gap back out to Masajewski.
Yeah, I think Masajewski and Garrison back there behind him, I think they've all kind of run their stuff out here. As you see Masajewski hit the fence coming down the front straightaway, and Garrison get a... Oh, wait, never mind. We're looking at wrong cars here. I'm just slow. Look at that. Fox could never do that, man. Our cameraman is so seamless that he swapped cars on us while I was in the middle of talking about him. I didn't even notice. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's Adrian Santos, who has now put a lap down. So we're now down to 29 cars on the lead lap. Wayne Hutchinson, the next car set in the sights of Maverick Davis for being put a lap down momentarily.
Yeah, Maverick Davis is looking pretty good right now. Gap's starting to come out. I know that we just had a battle for second, so we got to see what Garrison can do now that he's in clean air. But even if he starts catching them again, how long will that catching last? Will he run off his stuff just like we've seen Masajewski do?
It's a possibility. So we're going to see what he can do as Derek Garrison moves up to that second spot. Watching to see what he can do as well. He's had some good speed as well, I have to say, for you there, Austin, as we watch this. And here comes Masajewski back on, but I think his tires are starting to fall off just a tick here compared to the rest of the field. I think, like you said, he's burned off his equipment.
Yeah, Masajewski's hurting a little bit, falling back to third and falling off the race leader's time a little bit more. Garrison, now that he's in the clean air, he's still losing time. He's lost a tenth to the leader of Maverick Davis since he's taken the spot. So now 2 tenths. I think this is the time of the run for Maverick. He's picked it up a notch, and all these other guys are starting to struggle on these tires that they've abused a little bit.
Absolutely, and we're watching back here behind these guys a little bit. There's been a lot of back and forth between Below and Robert Pierce here for third and fourth place. It seems like every corner these two are crossing each other over.
Balu on the outside, Pierce on the inside, running them up a little bit down the front straightaway, all the way to the wall at the line. Roger Pierce on the inside, trying to take that spot.
And look who has worked his way back up here around the top 5. Adam Benefield with an absolutely terrible start to this race. I'm not going to say anything. He just wiggled as soon as I started talking about him. Ears must have been ringing.
He's looking good, though. I'm going to back you up.
Great,
he's
man.
looking really good to the inside of Balu, and he's gone. He's got it. Into the top 5.
The last guy out on that sequence of green flag pit stops. Thought he about smoked himself getting into pit road. Has had everything bad happen to him that could happen to him, and here he is right back fighting in the top 5. I mean, I don't expect anything different. It's Benefield. I've ran probably 100 races against this guy and be open throughout the years.
Yeah, he's quick.
And, he's good. He is really good.
Yep. I can barely see it.
This is producer Darby on the mic. You got a question from chat, Austin. Austin, buddy, you ready to go camping in October and go absolutely wild? That was said from my friend Edstrom.
I see the chat. Yes, I'm ready to go absolutely mild. I'm just kidding. I'll be excited in October. Brandon, I appreciate the question. Yeah, we're gonna live it up at Talladega. 3-day trip, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So, producer Darby, I'm calling out for whatever week that may be. Obviously, Talladega week. I will definitely not be doing it over the phone from the infield of Talladega. I can tell you that right now.
That'll be the clippiest audio we've ever heard in our lives.
Should I live stream it so that y'all can pull my little camera on the bottom side? We can have
absolutely
racing on the big screen, and on my little tiny screen on the bottom right, we can have strippers.
I mean, it's Talladega. Let's go.
That is what happens at Talladega. I mean,
everybody saw the videos on get here.
Everybody saw the videos on X.
Right now, we got Benefield peeking to the inside of Robert Pierce here down the front straightaway. We've been working on the past couple laps, 3 wide with a lapper. They dive down in turn 1 here. Right now, Pierce has been holding up really good on the outside line, but Benefield is really starting to wear into him. And I think the slow car, Miss Juicy, is going to pin him in going into turn 3 here.
Benefield's just so quick on the long run, man. I mean, he is flying.
Benefield's a rocket, man. Like, never count that guy out.
Yeah, no, he is absolutely putting on a good run here. I mean, Benefield, you're talking about a driver who has shown a lot of consistency. Yeah, he had some issues, but he has fought his way back up to the field. And that's what's so great about this 400-lap, 600-mile race. You just got to wait a little bit, find your time, pace yourself, and you can come back to where you were later on in the run. Good racing for Adam Benefield, and I have the same feeling before this is all said and done, he's going to find his way back up into the top 5 and maybe a shot at the race lead again.
I mean, it's just mesmerizing. Like, this guy, we watched him have 2 or 3 massive moments that shot him back to around 20th on that first long green flag run. Then he comes out. He takes the massive time penalty from staying out late as he gets sideways here out of 2. Oh, Pierce just about sent him off to the infield.
That was almost a huge announcer jinx. I thought he was done.
But no, he took that huge time penalty. Then here he is back on his way back into the top 5. It's just, that's a heck of a performance. Give him a pat on the back. He's still, right now, Pierce is just as hard to pass as a kidney stone for him.
He's trying everything he can to hold on to that position here as Massachuski is holding for that 3rd spot. Garrison trying to run away while these 3 are battling for the 3rd position as they make their way off into turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, Garrison running away, like you said. Massachuski just in front of these guys, trying to run good enough to stay out of the way, getting up to Garrison, but Massachusetts not doing too hot. Roger Pierce on the outside might be able to get to his right rear, coming down to the turn number 1. Pull him back into this battle. Massachusetts holding up the inside groove now. Benefield nowhere to go.
Oh, Massachusetts does that to people.
Well, no.
That's right. I'm throwing shade at my pick here.
Okay, well,
he'll probably blow me up with nasty messages later. It's all good.
Well, he ends up being the worst one out of that, though. Falling back. Oh, I say that. Benefield gets loose, keeps the spot. Now he's got to go at Roger Pierce once again. I'm sure he's happy about that one spot, but he is getting tired of battling Roger.
If he could just keep those back tires synced up on exit. Oh, huge slide. One heck of a save.
How is he
should have
gone?
Man, it's Benefield, man. That's how.
How is he not wrecked, man? It's like the 3rd one.
I feel like anybody else would have wanted that. That was one heck of a save. Again.
It's the 3rd one. He should have died.
But he bring that thing back on pit road. Put a little bit of wedge in her.
He's going to need more than wedge.
He's going to do some new underwear. Put a diaper on him. Golly.
Oh, my God.
That's unreal, man. How is he not hitting Roger, hitting the fence, spinning off into the inside wall? I mean, great save.
Absolutely. Another great racing action here.
You know Pierce sold himself there.
He looks a little bit steadier out of 2 that time.
Yeah, it's just when he has a car up in his top, it looks like it you know, he doesn't have near the track he needs, and he just about wads her up every time.
He's gotten back past Massachusetts, so Benefield's still back up into 4th.
No,
I feel like if he just doesn't slide the rear end and he can get past some of these guys on the long run, I think he could challenge Maverick Davis. I think he's got the speed, but he just can't get up to 2nd place and mount a charge.
He's trying everything that he can, but I think it has a mix to do with his tires right now for him because of that slide. I mean, yeah, he's able to still keep running some pretty good pace right now for the moment, but that slide also caused those tires to get a little bit uncomfortable for him right now. So we'll see how his pace goes as he progresses. But I mean, he's running some good lap times. He was about 0.3 of a second faster than Roger Pierce last time by.
He's got 2 lap fresher tires too. I know that he did just slide them, but Pierce has been struggling this whole run. Benefield, 2 lap fresher tires, like I said, and I just think that he's a really good tire saver. Now you get in those side-by-side battles, and you never know. Roger Pierce in the fence, giving Benefield an opportunity down on the inside.
This is what he needs.
Tight
This
coming
is the
down
best
to 1.
Looked. This is the best he's looked coming into 1. He can get down here, get the power down, and slide him. If he can keep it under him. And I think that's what he's going to do.
It
Benefield
is Adam Benefield. Up to 3rd place. Benefield, what a job he's done, man. I mean, he's had 3 huge opportunities to completely destroy his race, and he's found himself up into the 3rd place spot. It's pretty good return on investment.
I would like that golden horseshoe he's got sitting there with him. That's for sure.
I hope that he can sit on it for another 232 laps.
I have a feeling he's going to be one to keep an eye on here as they work their way out of the corner. We're picking up that 83 machine.
With the 83 behind him.
Exactly. So we got 2 83s.
There's a couple 33s back there somewhere.
Somewhere in the chaos of this field. But Derek Garrison, really good run here as Maverick Davis has been slowly picking him up and putting him down with the lap traffic. He's already lapped Wayne Hutchinson. He's got Tyler Dubosh right there ahead of him in the number 86 machine, next to be put a lap down in the 27th spot.
Should be expecting pit stops in about 20 laps, so still got a little ways to go here before the pit window opens. Maybe a little bit earlier than that, but not by too many laps. A lot of these guys are going to be trying varying strategies. Or they short pitted or stay out there a couple laps extra. We're going to see a little bit of a wide variety. I feel like staying out later is better, right? I just think it puts you on offense and in a run that, I mean, looks like it's going to run green for a while. I feel like being on offense is the best way to go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at what it's netted Benefield here. That strategy's really saved his race entirely because it was in the toilet before that pit stop.
He's got 2 lap fresher tires than the race leader, and he's been faster than him. It's just he wears them out getting past guys.
Yeah. But the later you get into this thing, it's going to be less and less guys you got to get past, too. Because
that's a good point.
The amount of distance you're getting here. I mean, we have 2 Austins in the booth right now, so... Yeah.
Yeah, Austin Fitzgerald and Austin Gassion, who are battling for the 10th spot right there. Of course,
yeah, welcome. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead.
Oh, welcome to the Glitch in the Matrix 600, brought to you by Ryco.
It's the Austin show here this evening from Charlotte Motor Speedway up in Concord, North Carolina.
My name's Austin. I'm in the booth with my buddy Austin and my other buddy Austin and our producer Austin.
We are all Austin.
Mr. Smith.
Sounds this does sound like a Rick and Morty episode.
I'll catch you over at Blitz and Chits. Just spinning on my Flurbos.
What? Your knowledge of it is a little bit more in depth than mine.
I just remember watching intergalactic television a few times with the X.
Oh God.
It was great.
Okay.
Dude, put your Columbus away, dude.
Okay, well, I have no idea what's going on in the booth, and we're not even halfway, to be honest with you. I've lost everybody up here. We've all gone mad.
Not yet.
Taylor's
awesome.
okay, but Sheldon and Darby are losing me a little bit.
I'm awesome.
Well, watching now is Maverick Davis leading the charge. He is stretched out to over 4 seconds and growing here as he works his way across the start-finish line, about to get to Tyler Dubosh to put him a lap down finally. He's about a car length behind him as they work their way through the middle of turn 1 and 2. Derek Garrison is still pulling away further from the driver of Adam Benefield and Brandon Masajewski. As really looking through the field, no major battles except between Austin Fitzgerald and Michael Gooden, who are swapping positions back and forth. As here comes the 33 is Sean Rogers around Austin Gassion.
Yeah, and Rogers trying to get past Fitzgerald now. Not finding anything through 3 and 4, running the same line, getting the dirty air on the old tires, puts him under fire once again from the guy he just passed. Rogers a little frustrated back there, I imagine, back in 10th, able to hang on to the spot. Fitzgerald a little bit further up, still trying to get the spot away from Gooden, but not really able to do it as he runs the same line on the outside of 1 and 2, cuts it back down on the bottom side. Gooden, though, able to hang on. Fitzgerald just stuck in 9th.
Yeah, Gooden's got a little bit of issues here as he's trying to get the outside lane rolling for him once again, but Austin Fitzgerald just keeps putting that pressure on him and trying to side draft just a little bit, get the arrow off. Look at that side draft as they head off into 1, pushes them up the racetrack just a tick, but Michael Gooden will power back through around the outside. They will drag race side by side for position contact almost between the two of them. They gather it back up, and Gooden will slide up in front.
That was tight. If it was a couple weeks ago at Darlington, I would have expected netcode.
Absolutely would have been a netcode incident. That's one of the most frustrating feelings, man, when you're faster than a guy and you're trying everything you can to get by him. You just can't because that top line is so dominant. And eventually you whittle away those tires and, you're under fire by the guy behind you, as we see here going into turn 1.
Gassion on the inside. trying to pick up the spot. Not going to have enough momentum coming out of turn number 2. Got pinched down. Austin Fitzgerald held him back. Gassion not content with riding back there in 10th. Looking back down to the inside in 3 and 4.
Oh, they're going to get close.
Close call indeed, but it looks like for Austin Fitzgerald, he will stay ahead of Gassion for the 9th position for now, as here comes Austin Gassion to the inside, side by side. It's Austin squared as they come out of turn number 2, and it's going to be a drag race. Michael Gooden's going to try to help with, looks like, of Austin Fitzgerald with the draft, and Fitzgerald will maintain the spot for the time being.
Oh, we got the 5 and 5 show here.
And they're both Austins.
Huh.
Oh, let the fun begin.
Oh, and one of them's in the fence.
Fitzgerald finding the wall. Gassion looking to find the position. Dives it down deep into turn number 1. He's looking to clear. He clears Fitzgerald. Not able to clear Gooden. I thought Fitzgerald might be able to get a run back, but he was really checked up through the center of 2. And Gassion now looking to the inside of Gooden, pushing him through the corner. Down into 3 and 4. Gooden has to lift. Gassion through on the inside.
Big slide out of Gassion there coming out of turn 4. Good save. Good work keeping the power to it.
Oh, boy. Tight.
Oh, and they're just about going here into turn 1. And Gassion's going to get the spot coming out of turn 2 here. Oh, and he's going to get loose. I jinxed him.
Oh, and it takes so long to build your momentum back up. He's going to lose both those spots, and it is going to be tough to complete that pass after heating up those rear tires, unless Gooden gets tight on the outside and pushes Fitzgerald back.
This is going to be close here between them as they come across the line. And Gassion will get around Fitzgerald for that 9th spot. And he wants to try to pick a 2-for-1 special up around Michael Gooden out of turn number 2.
Oh, boy, Gassion's gotten 3 passes done in the past 3 laps. But unfortunately, it's been on the same 2 cars. Trying to make it 4 and looking to finally dispose of these guys and get himself up to the 8th place position. But Gooden is not here for it. Still on the outside. Hanging on. Fitzgerald coming down to the bottom side with an assist. The Austin show on the bottom. Gassion trying to complete the move down into 1, but Gooden drives it in deep on his door. Gassion a little tight through the center. Both of them fighting side by side out of the corner. Gassion could side draft coming down the back straightaway and give himself another opportunity into 3.
Great racing action here as they work their way through the middle off of turn 4, and Gooden almost got turned around Austin Gassion barely, and he will fight his way back around the outside. But this is going to cause another driver to close into this battle for position, because right behind them is one driver. That's the 2 of Tyler Merritt? Did he just come down pit road? That's a lap car. He came down pit
side
road.
draft. Holy cow! Just about door check. Gassion, Merritt stuck behind these guys on new tires. Not able to go anywhere out of 4. Huge checkup for the 2, and that's frustrating.
Very.
At this point, too, though, these guys are only hurting themselves now. You know, you're all on old tires. You're both sitting here burning your stuff up. Even worse, just trying to hold that one position back, slowing yourselves down, and killing your lap times running side by side like this.
Well, and they got checked up, and it's just allowed Fitzgerald to get by both of them. He looked the worst out of any of these guys. Now I think Gooden might be coming down pit road.
Yeah, we're not even halfway yet.
Yep, Gooden coming down. We've gone 60 laps on tires.
Yep, it's safe to say these drivers here are going to be coming down pit road here pretty soon. But the question is, when will Maverick Davis come down pit road? That's going to be the big question.
I believe you can go to about 70 laps, but I feel like I think most people are going between 60 to 65 on tires. Gooden being the first taker coming down. When is Maverick Davis going to do? He's got a 5.8 second gap. We see that he is just fast at the end of these runs. So I feel like he doesn't pit until everybody else comes down.
I mean, with Maverick too, we're getting to that point also where, you know, he's building such a big lead that he can kind of play this one by ear because he's got such a cushion on time. You know, you got to factor in, like, what's the fuel strategy going to work out to, you know? How many more stops you got to come in for fuel? Can you possibly cut that down just by staying out a little longer?
Wait until Massajuski and Benefield come down pit road. Gooden might have gotten himself a black flag. He hit the banking in turn 1, got himself a little sideways. I'm a little worried he might have a black flag. Doesn't look like he's coming down this time. But Michael Gooden might have an issue. Christopher Wheel almost threw the AstroTurf down the front straightaway. Got loose out of 4. A yellow flag could come out and ruin this for everybody that's come down too.
Oh, that could throw a monkey in the wrench big time right here in this whole ordeal.
Just gonna throw a what?
Oh, how about this right there? We saw one driver almost get around.
Oh boy.
That was
Save
Vincent
Taylor.
Pro.
Maverick Davis might be in the fence. He found it, but he continued his momentum. Not too bad, but he's seen a lot of guys coming through on the faster tires. Starting to lose a little bit of ground at Massachusetts as these guys are coming through. He's got to be thinking about the pit stop to come, waiting to see when Massachusetts, when Benefield, Garrison, Cox, when do they come down pit road?
Here comes Pierce, so he's going to come down pit road. Davis is going to continue on racing. Let's see if he comes down. He's a little bit too high because here comes some of the faster cars who already put tires. And he'll stay out for another lap.
Man, the pit in here is so tight. I think Hollabaugh was trying to pit. Somebody had just come out on new tires. I think it might have been Smith, Brian Smith. And luckily Smith lifted and Hollabaugh decided not to pit to prevent the calamity. But they almost destroyed each other down into 3. And Hollabaugh, I think, is still trying to pit, but somebody's trying to get to his inside into 3.
Hollabaugh gets in his pit
The leader's
stop.
in too.
Yep, Maverick Davis. And oh, did he get caught speeding? We'll have to see if that's the case. Because he was on the binders hard.
Well, he was really aggressive on that last stop, too.
He'll be
getting
okay.
into pit road, so I think he's kind of figured out how far he can push it.
Only one driver so far with a penalty, and that's Guillermo Blancini, who is currently quite a ways off the pace. He's sitting 18th, and he's back on pit road with his penalty, or actually serving his penalty now.
Now say that one 5 times fast.
Kind of surprised to see Massajusetts and Benefield still out on the racetrack. Massajusetts coming down. But I'm interested. This will be interesting to see whether the short pitting is actually the way to go. I'm thinking staying out's actually more beneficial.
Oh, Benefield with a big slide.
You don't want to see that if you're Benefield.
Oh,
No,
that's just how he's running this place this week.
That's all he's been doing is sliding.
Yeah, that's his line here.
Might be a little much though.
Somebody, if only we had the Tokyo Drift theme song on tap right now.
Tokyo!
Thanks to our sound box there from Austin Edstrom.
He's more than a sound box, man. I'm a
Someday.
person. He's allegedly a person.
Oh, he is a person? Okay, good to know.
Allegedly.
Sometimes.
Oh,
Oh, we got a yellow.
Changes everything.
Oh.
The yellow flag is out. 33 was about to pit. Don't know which one it was. He decided not to. Got lucky.
who was that?
Benefield. That golden horseshoe
Man.
strikes again.
It did. It did. He's up in the lead. What is this?
Oh,
Luckiest
Oh, no.
Oh,
It's
no.
going to clip the apron. Yeah.
Guillermo. Loop.
Gas it up, man. Don't bring it back on. Ah, Guillermo.
Well, since we're going under caution, we're going to use this opportunity to take another commercial break. Whenever we come back, we're going to get the running order sorted and give you the full rundown.
Wait, we're coming back?
Maybe.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Some more Ryco Performance Friday night NiS second split action here tonight for the Coke 600. We're just about halfway. Got a lot of guys taking the wave around. The caution came out at a weird point in the pit cycle. So about half the field getting one of their laps back. Probably more than half the field, to be honest with you. It's about 3/4 of the field, I think, that are getting a lap back right now. Not all of them back onto the lead lap. Only the top 20 are going to find themselves on the lead lap. And a lot of those guys do have worn out tires. Roger Pierce finding himself all the way back into 19th after that pit cycle. 7 laps on his tires to the leaders 2. And, well, the leaders, none of those are on green flag conditions. Obviously, Roger Pierce's are. And that's a big story throughout the field on the lead lap. 1 lap down. A lot of these guys are going to be at a deficit, including our previous race leader, Maverick Davis.
Absolutely heartbreaking time for a caution for Davis. He'd gotten to stop out of the way a few laps before, was starting to carve his way through, and it was at that weird threshold where you did build heat into the tires from racing, and then the caution comes out and kind of hands this thing over to Wilson and Benefiel, and Benefiel just with that golden horseshoe, like I said earlier. And here we go, green.
Oh my goodness, the entire field has taken a waiver. Okay, this is back to 2000s NASCAR, single file, all the way through the field. Oh, the second place doesn't go! Alan Wilson! Sorry, was that Michelle Battison that just didn't go on the restart? Who in the world?
It was Joe Torres who didn't go.
Who in the world? PB Henry did not go. It was a lap car on the inside. PB Henry did not go whatsoever on the restart. Sorry for the confusion, but that almost destroyed the field on a single file restart.
Hey, man. He's here for the safety rating.
Talk about Benefield's golden horseshoe. I mean, him and Alan Wilson have a second gap, and they're all fighting hard for third on back. What are these? And the guy at the front of this battle is a lap car. I mean, what in the world? Adam Benefield's the luckiest man alive.
I mean, he is in a good position right now to just continue on, hold his line here. He's got Alan Wilson behind him, but Wilson is just going to try to settle himself in for position, maybe try to challenge Benefield for the race lead. But, I mean, they got so much of a lead right now, they could just start logging laps and pulling away.
But this is also the race we wanted to see here tonight, too. You got Davis and Benefield, who've both just been, the absolute peak of this field all night. And now they're going to have an opportunity to run head-to-head without too much traffic in between them, assuming that Davis is able to keep these guys at bay behind him. This could actually turn out to be really interesting.
The problem is Davis has older tires than all 3 of the guys behind him. So he's at a deficit. He's just holding on.
Yeah, he is at a deficit, but, what do those cautions do? We might get ourselves another one here.
That's a lap car, Alan Pajari on his outside. And now the 33, it's Joe Torres. That's 4th position.
Oh, no.
And there goes Davis. Maverick Davis, right front damage.
Keep it under you.
Through the grass, hangs
Good
on
save.
to it. But, man, Maverick Davis, this race has turned on its head. He was the leader. He was dominating this thing, and he is done.
For now.
That is damage he's going to have to fix, and he has fallen all the way back to the end of this line. 17th
Absolutely
on the
heartbreaking.
racetrack, but with how many cars are actually out there, I think he's about 30th in line.
That's
Yeah,
absolutely heartbreaking.
heartbreak indeed, but at least the good news for Maverick, he's 16th overall right now, so he can fight his way back up through. It's just a matter of how much damage he's got, plus also the tires. Right here, we'll take a look at the replay. They come off a turn number 4. Right there, you see the bobble, and then there's the contact from the other 33 machine around who makes contact with him.
Yeah, the 33 just came off the wall. 33 just came off the wall.
We got a yellow, we got a yellow.
John
Perfect
Rogers.
for Maverick.
Sean Rogers and Michael Gooden having some significant damage.
Oh, Gooden's destroyed. Destroyed.
Some heavy hitters right there, too.
That's coming out of 4 as well. Guys fighting out of space, or fighting over space out of 4 has led to some mayhem. John Ballou gets involved as well. Gooden and Sean Rogers met in the middle. They're fighting over the same bit of racetrack, but if I'm Sean, I'm probably expecting Michael to give me a little bit more room coming off the bottom of 4.
He did kind of punt him here going into 3.
That's true. That's a good point.
I mean, I wouldn't be expecting any room given there, but
Yeah.
just kind of cleared himself, it looked like.
Well, I think Gooden ends up getting the worst of it.
We got the box
Rogers
cameras on
definitely
that one.
took a hit.
Hey, gave him that punt right there, which that was kind of unnecessary in my opinion. Then he just, you punt somebody in the corner, you don't expect that they're going to give you a whole lane to the top coming out.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. I'll give you that for sure. I feel like you're probably right about that.
Because I know if you were to punt me going in the corner, I wouldn't give you the lane.
Like Martinsville?
Oh, no, you know what? You didn't deserve the lane, man. I knew, 5 years ago, that we'd be sitting in this booth right now and you'd be talking smack about me. So, no, I'd do it again.
You didn't know that.
I did. I knew it all.
You deserve it, though. So that's different.
Yeah, well, I never forget.
Now the question is, who decides to come down pit road? And it looks like a few of our drivers did. Adam Benefield coming down pit road. The 88 of Ballou coming down. There you see Benefield coming off pit road. Roger Pierce comes down. Of course, he had some damage to repair as well. Austin Gassion.
I love that pit box on the 1.
I like the call to pit here. It puts you on the offensive. You've ran 2 full stints out. So you got to think, you have saved 2 sets of tires that you will not need to use. So come down, use one right now. Keep yourself on the offensive. You still got 1 more weapon in your back pocket. You can come down and use at any point. And you got to think we're still probably going to get a long green flag run at some point. So I'm liking this call from everybody coming down pit road, putting on those tires, giving yourself an advantage over these guys because they've got 10 laps on the tires.
Now, here's a question. Can we get a look at Davis's machine? See how much of that damage they got fixed during that first pull down pit road?
None. The right front's crinkled.
Dang. Yeah, wrong Davis.
He's got a Maverick Davis?
Yeah.
I'm looking at him right now. The right front is crinkled.
Well, I'm sure he's going to be making extra stops here.
Yeah, he's coming down again.
I don't want to see that.
He's got to fix it up. He's got a long time to get that track position back. But it does suck because he was the guy.
Well, I don't want to see it end like that, man. Dude was lights out quick the first half of this race, and just a bad time caution, and it's crazy how fast it can go away from you.
Like that's an easy fix though, compared to a lot, right? Like that's going to be a short fix. Not going to have any engine damage off of that. As long as you get it all fixed, you're going to be fine. Just he's got to fight through the field again.
Yeah, right now they've taken the Sawzall to it.
19 cars on the lead lap, so he's not going to fall back too far.
Time to get our weatherly update here for the race, and yeah, we've dropped a few degrees. We're at 78 degrees track temperature, so track is cooling for sure, and that's going to add just more grip for these drivers here to race them out as we get further and further into this race. Just a little under 200 laps left to go in this race.
You mentioned the track temp going down. Who's got the Who's got the setup? Who's got the car set up for the nighttime? It's about time to figure it out. We're only halfway through this thing. We've seen who was fast in the day. Whenever the track had a little bit more heat in it, I think it's only going to keep falling. So who's got it set up right?
I'll tell you, based on how loose Benefield has been on the first 3 quarters of this race, I think with this track cooling down, that's really going to be a huge benefit to him. I feel like this track changing its state here is really going to play into his hands as we move forward.
Quick.
And
it's scary if you're the field. I wouldn't want to be hearing that if I was anybody else.
Nope. And looking back at Davis, they have pulled out the Bondo and the duct tape, and he's good to go. That thing's all clean. No marks. Am I clippy?
We're past halfway. We are there. We have officially eclipsed the halfway point of the World 600 here on iRacing. It's been a good first half so far. Alan Wilson staying out, inheriting the race lead. Joe Torres on his outside. Matt Cox in third. Brandon Massachuski fourth. Luke Dorn fifth. Adam Benefield, the first car on fresh tires. In sixth place, everybody behind him came down pit road. Everybody came down and took 4 fresh tires. So 10-lap advantage. 10-lap green flag. Or 10 green flag lap advantage, I should say, for everybody. 6 on back. So we got to watch Benefield, got to watch Gassion, see what they do on the restart. And we're coming to it. Coming to lap 210. The iRacing pace car getting ready to pull off. And Alan Wilson getting ready to bring us back under the green flag. How's the strategy going to play out with Alan Wilson coming back down to the Geico restart zone? Back to the gas pedal, and back under the green flag. We're green once again in the World 600. And Alan Wilson pulls out to a huge lead over Joe Torres, side by side with Matt Cox for second. And they say side by side. That could be a big moment for Alan Wilson up here at the front, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Matt Cox able to cycle through in a second.
Yeah, he's got a good run right now for the moment as they work their way through, getting up to speed. As there you see Joe Torres getting a good run around the outside. He wants to try to go for second place, and he will complete the pass on the 32 machine of Matt Cox for the moment, as Alan Wilson III starts to try to see if he can stretch out his race lead, but Torres is barreling down on him through the middle of turn 1 and 2 and closing that gap. He wants a shot at leading here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
And Benefield's looking to make up spots on the new tires. He's through to 4th. Looking to make it 3rd. Matt Cox in front of him on older tires. Benefield flowing through on the inside, getting down almost onto the apron, and they're almost battling for the lead. Torres gets to the outside of Alan Wilson, coming down into turn number 1. Benefield coming through the pack. Torres coming through to the race lead, down into turn number 1, floats it down into the corner and just drives around him like he was sitting still. Joe Torres to the race lead.
Torres doing a great job with his run as they work their way through, and he is really putting the pressure on around the outside as they come through, as Alan Wilson is pulling away, but Benefield really trying to see if he can work his way further up the field if he gets around Cox and sets his sights on Alan Wilson III.
How long until we see that front straightaway incident? I feel like we're right around the corner where somebody just does something a little bit wrong down the front straightaway, turns like right rear somebody, and all of a sudden we have almighty death. I feel like we're getting close. It almost happened down the back that time, a little bit further back. Oh, 3 wide coming through 3 and 4. It's getting tight. Austin Fitzgerald stuck on the outside, getting door slammed through the corner. They're trying to wreck. Just hadn't happened yet.
I'll tell you what I'm watching from Maverick Davis's point of view right now is just absolutely terrifying. He's carved his way up from 16th back up to the top 10 here, going down the back straightaway. And some of the incidents he's avoided, it's been pretty spooky.
Very spooky.
You sound scared.
I'm scared, man.
Don't be scared. This is a safe place.
Daddy's here.
Hey. You're finally back.
I'm back with the milk, son.
It's been 28 years.
Well, Joe Torres has checked out on the field. He has gone.
It's going to hurt him in the long run for sure. He's going to come back to Benefield pretty quick.
Yes, he
But
is.
he's leading laps. And if that caution flag flies, he can come down and put on 4 tires, and then he'll be on offense.
Everyone now just single file, trying to run their race now. A couple of drivers thinking about going to the outside lane. One driver right there is Cox, who's trying to get his way through. And can't quite find the opening. Hits the outside wall. That's actually Brian Smith right there, who's trying to get around the driver of Alan Wilson III.
Just able to get to his outside. I mean, he squeezed into a hole that really wasn't there. Able to get to the outside down into 1. Trying to pick up the spot. Looks like he's going to be able to do it. Alan Wilson falls a place. Brian Smith looking pretty sporty out on the outside. Back down to the inside, diving into turn 3. Looks like Merritt's trying to pick up a spot from Wilson behind too, and he's going to do it, but he finds the fence.
Man, I'm thinking back to the old damage model. If you'd scrape that fence, you were dead for the rest of the race.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
You're good, buddy. You can hit it a couple times.
No, I mean, I've watched some of these guys hit it just about every lap. They're still running.
Gotta love that composite body.
Thing's sturdy.
Very.
You know, it's not sturdy right now. It's Joe Torres' back end. I mean, it is fishtailing coming out of turn 4. I'm worried for the man.
Why are you talking about this man's rear end?
Because it's fishtailing. Thing's twerking.
God.
And he's losing time to Adam Benefield. He is coming up onto him. Coming down into turn number 3. Trying to drive up to his rear and get to the inside.
Yeah, it's looking right around under half a second right now between Benefield and Torres, as Torres is starting to fall into the clutches once again into Adam Benefield. John Ballou and Brian Smith also following in hot pursuit as Smith try to go around the outside of Ballou again. Can't quite make it work, so he'll cross over down to the bottom, but Ballou shuts the door on him, as now Smith will go back to the top side of the racetrack. He'll ride high, wide, and handsome up to the top side and try to complete the pass right here. Brian Smith moves up to P3.
Yeah, Ballou got a little tight behind Benefield on the bottom side of the racetrack. And actually, Brian Smith able to get a huge run, and he's going to power by Adam Benefield for the second place spot.
And he wants more. He's going to hunt down your race leader, Joe Torres. He ran the fastest lap of the race last time out of the group here and he wants more. Let's see what he does. He's closing in as we ride on board with Brian Smith out of turn number 4. Almost hits the wall right there.
Torres is switching, man.
Torres is about put the left side up against the fence there about 3 times too. So I feel like this is really going to play into Benefield's hands. These two get up here, start racing the tar out of each other. Then I think Benefield's going to just work behind when they start doing it.
Oh, if Torres, it just takes one overcorrection from Torres coming out of 4. That's the second time I've seen him do it pretty heavily. You never know. Oh, he's sideways again.
Oh, right in front of the field.
Oh, my word. Like I said, it just takes one overcorrection. That would have been it.
That would have been chaos right there. I hope Joe Torres realizes that and backs it down just a little bit.
Oh, it's not over yet. He's still sideways.
No, he chunked those right rears. That thing ain't gonna be good till he comes down and puts some fresh on it.
Oh man, he is just hanging on to the 33. He's got people stacked up too wide behind. Contact behind him. They're still just about wrecking.
Runyon nearly just destroyed the field right there as they come off of turn number 4. He gathers it back up, but Torres, Joe, you gotta hold on, buddy.
Yeah, I think he might have been pushing a little bit too hard at the beginning of this one. I mean, he's a moving chicane on the bottom side of the racetrack. Oh, he's sideways
again.
Oh, that was bad.
The way the banking evens out down there is perfect for him.
It saves him, basically.
It does.
I do enjoy how it's pointing him straight to the pits. It's like the car knows where it wants to be.
He's like, hey, buddy, we need tires. Come down right here.
Oh, that's a huge loss for him. I mean, that's one of the keys of the race, though, man. Conservation.
He pushed a little bit too hard. Still a long ways to go in this one. Just about getting run over by Fitzgerald there. They're side by side for the race lead up at the front, though. Benefield on the outside. Brian Smith on the inside. Benefield, though, using that higher lane to his advantage. Looks like he's going to take that race lead back away from Brian Smith. Smith protects high. Balu to the inside for the second place spot. They just keep switching it back and forth.
We can see about getting a top split update. Currently, so I'll take a look at the standings right now for the top split.
Man.
It's Mr. Zach Novak leading the charge in the top split. They're at 162 laps to go.
Oh, we're close. We're close.
It's
10 laps behind.
Yep, it's Novak, Conti, DeMerchant, Vroman, and Newman, who is your top 5. Gitter, Schumann, Holzer, Hoffman, Schneider, your top 10.
Torres is still dying back there.
Are you surprised?
Oh my God. Some interesting driver commentary going on right now.
Yeah, at some point in a 400-lap race, the drivers like to entertain themselves. Only we could get the voice chat and hear the rage. Should we do a little Ryco Rev It Up segment?
I think we should. Enjoy this sights and sounds here.
We're back. I tried the first time, but my producer said that my mic was unmuted, so we only try once around here, and then we're done. But we're back. John Ballou is up in the race lead. Adam Benefield following pretty close behind in second place. Not allowing Ballou to get away. Kind of surprised Benefield isn't actually up in the race lead, though.
I say give it time. I'm pretty sure Ballou is... I mean, both of them are both Team Conti drivers, so they are taking care of their equipment pretty well, and similar setup. John Ballou, of course, has been a well-known figure in the NiS series for a while. Same thing with Adam Benefield, which you touched on already, and those two are working well. And then you got two Ryco drivers inside the top 5 as well, with Alan Wilson and Roger Pierce.
Is it Ballou or Baloo? Is it Ballou? Well, I just don't remember. Hey, my producer's giving me a hard time.
Maverick Davis.
I just wanted to make sure.
Davis back into the top 5 and gave a huge shove to Alan Wilson going into turn 3 there that last lap.
Oh,
went almost into the fence.
Alan Wilson on older tires. Davis, after his issues earlier getting the damage fixed, has come all the way up to challenge for third place. He's to the outside.
What a run indeed. He'll go around the outside and complete the pass there for Alan Wilson III and move up to P3. And he's running around the same lap times as your race leaders as well, so he could challenge here momentarily for that Mad Chevrolet, and he is driving Mad as he works his way up to close in on Adam Benefield for second.
I just can't believe Maverick Davis is back this quick. I thought it would take him a little while, but no. It's been half a run. Yeah, we've just got past the halfway point of his tire run.
Well,
and he's already gotten himself up here. I mean, what the hell is he doing?
Oh, with a big slide there in 2. But he picked up about 6 spots within the first lap of that restart that we had there. Then he hung around 10th for a handful of laps. Then started picking them off when the tires started to fail on the other guys around him. I just don't think he's going to be denied this one if he can get up there.
Yeah, he is trying everything within his power to make sure he goes up there and challenges. Roger Pierce is going to follow him, though, in the Ryco Gossett Ford as he goes around the outside of Maverick Davis for the third spot. He wants to have a go at the race leaders, and he was just to tick off the pace of John Ballou for fastest lap last time by.
Yeah, Pierce looking strong. Roger Pierce always a top 5 runner in whatever race I typically see him in. Not too surprising to see him fighting his way back up into the top 3 here after Davis had just busted himself into that picture himself. So unfortunate for Davis to lose out, but Roger Pierce now fighting his way up to the top, looking to draft his way up to Benefield. I feel like Benefield has been saving pretty hard. I think he's got a little bit more in the tank that he's not quite showing yet.
Keeping an eye on the action a little further back here. A couple of drivers just going to go single file, not really wanting to push the envelope on this matter. I'll get the word out eventually as we pick up Hollaball, who is at least 2 laps down as he tries to work his way through. There you see the 20 machine of Alan Pajara in 18th as we have almost progressed into full darkness out there on the track.
And the track temp's 81, so I think it's actually gone up since that one caution break that we had. Interesting to see the track temp. Yeah, interesting to see it go up versus down as the sun's gone behind the grandstands. I'm kind of shocked. Less grip out there, harder to pass. I really thought that the guy set up for the cold weather would end up winning this thing, but if the track keeps rising in temperature, I'm gonna have to rethink that.
Well, I did just hear from the driver chatter too that Vincent Crowe has a significant amount of toe damage from an incident earlier. He's out here making friends when the car goes numb on him, he said.
Man. Still on the lead lap, so it had to happen pretty recent. Only 6.5 seconds off the race lead, so Vincent Crowe has had something go awry just recently, it seems, but it looks like he's running decent pace. Are we sure that his toe's knocked out?
Yeah. Based on what I've seen of him. He's got random spots where the car darts on the straightaway. And he's talking about it in the driver chatter right now. He said he's got a random 13 seconds of damage, even though he didn't hit anything.
That's a tough break. I will say it's not one of the nicer paint schemes out on the track.
Like I said, he changed off of the Quinn Houff paint scheme, and he found some speed. Good for him.
I mean, it is one of the neonism paint schemes, too, and that fellow does some pretty good work. I've known him for a while.
John Ballou's starting to pull out the gap. Benefield's falling off. Pierce has taken that position. Maverick Davis is up here still, fighting hard for second. Who's going to be the challenger for John Ballou? It looks like it's going to be Maverick Davis.
Well, Maverick Davis is really starting to put the pressure on. He is closing in. They almost ran identical lap times last time by, and he is just under a second behind and closing. As they work their way through the middle of turns 3 and 4 across the start-finish line, they will go. As Austin Fitzgerald breaks into the top 10 after getting around the driver of Tyler Merritt for 10th.
I mean, I think it's impossible to say, anybody but Davis. Barring all incidents and acts of God here, I don't see how anybody can really have much against him tonight. Like, this dude has driven his way through the field on this one and gotten back almost to the position he was in beforehand.
He has, and he is continuing to showcase some amazing talent here.
251 laps down, 149 to go. So we're getting there. We're getting on to the end of this thing. Not too much longer. Gonna have a few cars that are gonna have to pit here pretty soon. I'm hearing from my producer.
That would be Luke Doran, Alan Wilson III, Brandon Masajewski, and Matt Cox, along with Joe Torres, who are having to come down pit road, and PB Henry.
That's true, but they still have, 10 laps. We've been talking about, most people pit around the 60 lap mark, but you can run it to about 70, it seems. So those guys might just run it a little bit long to try to get back onto strategy with John Ballou, Maverick Davis, Roger Pierce. Not quite sure yet.
Right now, Davis is under heavy pressure from Adam Benefield. Benefield diving down to his bottom here on the front straightaway, pulling the side draft and bringing him back to him. Way better run out of the corner for Benefield there. I think Benefield's finally decided to turn it on as we get later into the run here, as he is going to clear Davis like he wasn't even there going into turn 1.
No, he wasn't, but he is going to continue to pull away and now try to get ahead of Maverick Davis for the time being as they work their way through the middle of turn 3 and 4. And there you see the lead starting to stretch out a little bit between second and third, between Benefield and Davis. And even the overall race lead, 0.7 of a second and growing, but Benefield's trying to start closely reeling back in your race leader.
Can he get there and pass him in time for the end of the run, though? Can you be in the prime position coming down to pit road? Can you be the one kind of forcing the strategy, being in the race lead?
Based on what I'm seeing from up here in the blimp, he is doing it. He is hauling right now compared to Ballou.
Yeah, he's 0.3 of a second quicker last time by, so it is really closing the gap between Ballou and Benefield. And I think Benefield could catch up and pass Ballou before he has to come down and pit for fuel and tires.
Well, he's got a check mark on one of those boxes right now as he is all in the mirror of Ballou coming out of turn 4 here. I think Benefield's he's gonna make quick work of him here as he dives down to the bottom going into 1. At his door. Ballou doesn't even try to hold him back at this point.
Well, he saved enough, that's for sure.
I don't know if he saved enough or if he found something there.
Either way, it's a smart move
He's
of what he
flying.
did.
Holy cow.
With Baloo giving away for Banfield to take over the race lead, that saves them from battling it out and losing time to where Maverick Davis can be involved in this fight.
Say, somebody check the apron for BBs.
I feel like these guys are going to run another 12 to 17 laps. Benefield sideways. He's going to give it right back. Oh, Baloo gets sideways.
Baloo's
just
still
gonna
give him a push down the
Benefield.
back straightaway.
Ooh. But yeah, I think we've got another 12 to 17 out of these guys. I think that's the pit window.
And here comes Davis back into the fray.
Oh boy, it's tightening up front. That's for sure.
Look at the
Benefield,
run
Baloo,
Davis had.
Davis, all under a blanket with a lap car in the mix.
Davis, I mean, he shot out of a cannon right there, riding upside against the outside wall, and he was hauling. And look at it right here. He's going to get a run, and here comes Baloo. He's going to go to the top to try to throw the block, take the air off the nose of that Chevrolet, but that doesn't matter. Davis will just drop it down to the bottom and make the pass on Baloo for second place.
All it did was cost him a little bit of time, but Maverick Davis is going to take the second place spot. Benefield, I mean, he got sideways a lap ago, right? I mean, he's going to be hurting in the rear tires by, I mean, at least a comfortable margin, I'd say. Maverick Davis could be on the offensive here until we go down for the pit road.
Well, the thing that works out for Benefield here, though, is each one of these three drivers have been sideways at some point within the last 2 laps. As you see Baloo duck down on the inside of Davis down here on the front straightaway going into turn 1. With a huge dive. I don't think he's going to quite clear. No, Davis is going to fight back here on the top, get that late arc. Side drive.
Hello.
Caution.
Oh, Logan Runyon.
Logan Runyon. Everybody was upset with Logan earlier. We heard in the driver chat, and now he's the one around with damage to the front end.
And just about the time we should be seeing everyone coming down pit road too.
It was close. Very, very close. Well, it's not the best way to come off of turn number 2. I can tell you that from experience. We're going to use this opportunity to go to a commercial break. Be sure to stay with us. Yeah.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Ryco Performance Friday night NIS second split action for the World 600 here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Adam Benefield is your race leader with Maverick Davis in second, John Ballou in third, Derek Garrison fourth, Luke Doran rounds out your top five. A lot of stories in the top five. We had a lot of differing strategies, a lot of different laps on tires mixed throughout the field. That has all been wiped out with this last caution. Everybody coming down pit road, taking 4 tires. It's a wash. 135 laps to go whenever we go racing.
Yeah.
Now the storyline that I'm interested in following right now, you got Davis and you got Benefield up here on the same caliber tires right now. Starting head to head. Who's going to come out on top?
What are you looking for, Taylor?
Well, one thing I'm going to have to say is that tire strategy that we're talked about. You know, we're looking at about 135 laps left to go in the race. You're probably looking right up just shy of a 70-lap run, and then, of course, a 30-lap dash to the finish, or a little over another 60-lap run right here in order to make it to the end. So it's going to be who can save their tires here. If they can save enough to get to the end, then they can make sure that they have the fastest car around the circuit. But Maverick Davis is going to be one to watch because he has had the speed, long run. And, of course, Adam Benefield has had the long run pace, but can he keep it from turning sideways on him?
This is going to be the biggest tire strategy run of the night. 135 laps to go. Whenever we go back down to the green flag, through the restart zone, Adam Benefield back to the gas, and back under green from Charlotte. Benefield easily into the race lead down to the turn number 1. John Ballou to the inside of Davis, and he's going to take the second spot coming out of turn 2.
Great race here for the race lead as they work their way down the back straightaway. John Ballou will slide into second. What will Maverick Davis do as they come through the middle of turn 3 and 4? He's going to stay tucked up behind with Derek Garrison right in 4th position. Luke Doran rounds out your top 5 as they work across the start-finish line here. And it's going to get exciting to see who comes out through the run. And Davis thinks about it. He'll go midline here and not be able to find any openings to get around the driver of John Ballou.
You want to save your tires as hard as possible, but you also want to keep track position. How the hell do you do that?
One thing, not trying to worry about getting around the competitors ahead of you. Just hold your line, hug that line right there against the middle of the corner, and you should be fine.
Certainly helps whenever you're up front, whenever it's 2 teammates also. Benefield and Ballou doing a good job having each other's backs on the big green flag run, and then on the restart working well together, taking the top 2 positions, doing really well here for Team Conti.
Also, to add insult to injury to this whole deal, we just passed the 400-mile marker.
Yes, we have.
Where's the insult in that? It's bad.
That just... How much more of this bad boy we got to go? We got 200 miles left.
Are you tired?
No, I'm just tired of you.
Soldier, are you tired? Are you whipping out on us?
No.
I think you're whipping it out.
I would never wimp out on you.
Sheldon's quitting 3 weeks into the job. He's working from the comfort of his own chair, and he is quitting.
Yeah, man, it's just, I'm sweating. It's terrible.
Unbelievable.
Darby beats me.
Well, that's not too surprising.
I think the one who takes the most abuse, though, is Nick.
That's true. I abused him pretty hard.
There you go.
Not admissible in court. I plead the fifth.
Smart.
3 wide, getting down to 3 a little bit further back. I thought we were about to all get junked up, and that was going to completely screw the tire strategy run that I was thinking about, but we're still looking okay. Racing hard back here, though.
They are doing everything they can. Look at this Hornet's Nest as PB Henry is trying to get around to the inside of Nicholas Patovich. And as we saw right there, Vincent Crowe. Oh, that was so close right there.
He cut Chris Davis a break.
He did.
You gotta keep your eyes out for Vincent Crowe too, though, because he was talking about those toe issues he was having earlier.
Well, he's running
right
fine.
He's right here in the middle of these guys.
Maybe he got it fixed. I don't know. It doesn't look like he's hurting.
Oh, hanging down his toe. Well, I mean, hey, at least he didn't, you know, give himself a compound fracture hitting the brakes at Talladega. Like some people we know.
Who the hell did that?
It was Craig, not Austin.
I'm going to need the full information on this story at some point.
That'll be a commercial break situation. I'm out. He's going to start messaging me on Facebook again.
Okay, thank God you are muted. Anyway, Alan Wilson, a little bit further up in the 7th place spot. I feel like he's done a good job just keeping his car clean this whole time as he almost gets completely destroyed by Roger Pierce a little bit further back.
We got 3 wide right there coming out of turn 2.
Situation. Yep, Alan Wilson stuck on the bottom. Looks like he's going to lose out both positions. I was just about to sing his praises, but he's in a bad spot.
Oh, hold on right here.
I think the drivers are getting pretty tired right now based on what I'm hearing in the chat too.
I'm surprised at how hard a lot of these guys are driving. I feel like a lot of them are running hard. And I think that's why we see a big pack. A lot of these guys up at the front are trying to save as much as possible, but these guys mid-pack are pushing for everything that their car's worth.
I mean, yeah, they're pushing the envelope, but you also got to remember, we still have 125 laps left to go in this race. So you still got anything can happen here as they work their way through the middle of turn 1 and 2. And as they come off of turn number 2, watching Benefield right now, Luke Doran putting the pressure on it. He will lead the charge heading into turns 3. He'll go to the top side as the lap car right there of PB Henry is absolutely causing some chaos for your race leader.
Whew. Pearson, Massachusetts got close coming out of turn number 4. They're fighting for 7th. It's getting really tight coming out of turn number 4 every single lap. A lot of these guys side by side. They look pretty fine coming through 1 and 2, giving each other a lot of room. But coming out of turn number 4, the track just squeezes up. No room on the exit. And we start seeing a lot of issues. And, man, people are just being aggressive into 3, and that leads to mistakes out of 4.
Tell you what, I hope when we come back here next year, they've gone and turned the outside wall into a dynamic track surface as well. I'd love to see how much rubber we'd have built up on that thing by now.
It definitely wouldn't look so clean. I can definitely say that with a fact.
This thing would look like old Bristol by now.
I miss the yellow walls, to be honest with you. Oh, something has happened to Battison coming out of pit road, and he just clips the apron a little bit.
Oh, that's a penalty right there.
Spins around, and well, that's not going to bring out a yellow. Definitely could have.
It certainly could have indeed. But yeah, that is going to be a penalty. Well, looking over, Battison did not get the black flag, so the Brazilian will survive for another couple of laps, but he will lose multiple laps as he is about to go another 1 lap down here. He's got a little bit of time for the moment.
A little bit of time is an understatement. We still have a whole A open to go, plus 10, plus green, white checkers.
Don't you put that evil on us there.
I'm just saying. I just want to keep everybody's minds open.
I understand.
Open your mind.
My mind is open, but also, we got to give credit to these drivers here for running so well as they have been for almost about to be 300 laps.
Oh, there's so much tire saving through the field, though. I'm telling you, these guys are running 70%, most of them. I mean, there's not a lot of pushing through the field.
No, there really isn't. And looking through, 28 cars are still out there racing. Logan Runyon, Brian Smith, Michael Gooden, Sean Rogers, Bianchini, as well as Santos Alexander and Mark Brannigan Jr. are the drivers out of the race. So, surprised about Brian Smith, him being out of the race. Of course, we had some significant contact early on, but a tough break for him.
Meanwhile, we got Hollabaugh just now leaving pit road. Just came down to get his 4 tires and fuel. The strategy didn't work out for him, it looked like, unfortunately.
Tough for Hollabaugh.
Yeah,
such a rough night for him.
Well, the good news is he's got at least 2 more chances to try again.
That scared me. Big pack coming around the outside of a car coming out of pit road. We've seen 2 people lose it on the apron of pit road. Got me a little nervous.
He survived.
It would have been a classic commentator's curse if we were just talking about Matt having a bad night, and then he comes out of pit road and kills half the field. That would have been just
terrifying.
On par.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa. John Ballou, as well as the 33 machine right there, almost getting collected. Roger Pierce as well. I think that was Alan Wilson in the mix, who nearly bit the dust, as Derek Garrison will try to capitalize on the mistakes of others.
Gonna check out a replay, get a look at exactly what happened coming out of turn number 4. Ballou on the back bumper and to the inside. Are we a little early? Oof.
Kicking the clutch in there, trying to save a little bit of fuel, it looked like, and got himself a little squirrely. It's an easy thing to do because it's just such a drastic load change on the rear tires when you do kick it in like that.
Well, he got squirrely, but he was able to save it. Still in the race, but loses a lot of spots. That hurts for sure. And, well, if he's saving, I'm thinking, does everybody have to save? Or was that more of a precaution kind of thing?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not really sure how the strategy's playing out with this right now. I never did my fuel calculations this week.
This is an interesting one, a tough case to solve. I don't know what the strategy could be. I don't know exactly what the fuel window is either.
See, what we need is Larry Mack.
Unfortunately, we don't have him. He's not here for us.
He's currently in Charlotte right now.
Well, that's where we are.
We're in Charlotte.
Yeah, but not.
That doesn't work, Taylor.
You're in Alabama, for all goodness gracious.
Are you sure?
As far as I'm aware.
I'm in Canada.
No, that's Derby.
That's Austin.
Juski and Torres
That's
got
me,
together.
so I'm from Canada.
And Mr. Juski almost wadded it there. Battle of the 33s.
Who do you think safe tires the best? That's gonna peak at the end of this run right before those pit stops.
Ooh.
I think it's gonna be Maverick Davis.
I think so too. Either Davis or Benefiel. Those are the ones who have done the best with saving.
I agree. I think Benefiel is just gonna go a little bit too early. He'll start pushing around like lap 40 whenever he's still got another 30 laps to run. because you got to run this almost 70 on this set of tires. I mean, it's a tough stint.
He's hounding Doran right now.
And you have to do this stint back to back too, by the way. You have to make 168 and 167. So it is no small task, and it is a tough thing to do here. And so the pit strategy is not going to be too wide, to be honest with you. Everybody's going to pit within the same 3 or 4 laps of each other if we get down to the end of this run. So the strategy is kind of locked in. It's all about who tire saves the best.
But if we just ever so happen to end up with a caution at any point in the road.
A yellow flag?
The old yeller flag.
That yellow flag comes out, I'll freaking get so mad.
The yellow flag comes out, I'm going to take him out behind the shed.
I like me a good old-fashioned tire-saving race.
The main thing will just be the fuel mileage. You get a caution at a weird point.
It would have to be during the green flag pit stop, which could definitely happen. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a caution during the green flag cycle.
And Taylor Burris ran for the race.
Is that the case?
Yeah. Yeah, you must have up.
Taylor, your trends in the race, buddy.
Well, the trend of the race goes as follows. We expect a caution normally here around about 50 laps to go. We have had some green-white checkered cases, though, throughout the week that are ranging just about a couple of times, so we could expect 2 green-white checkers before this is all said and done. But these drivers here are running so good, I hope we can make it all the way without a single caution before we see the checkered flag. So that's going to be the trend normally that we'll see for these drivers here.
All right, that was this week's Burris Bullets. Thank you, Taylor, for letting us pick your brain for a little bit.
Oh my goodness!
Glad to hear that you still got the trends.
I guess we're going to permanently upgrade to a 3-man so we get the Burris Bullets, huh?
Oh God!
He only shoots blanks.
Oh God. No. Now for the Atkins assessment. They're going really fast and really left.
Oh man, insightful.
You're welcome.
John Blue's just trying to kind of salvage, trying to get back up there. Oh man, I'm gonna cry. What?
We lost our producer. He's gone far too gone.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck he just said.
It's like Michael Waltrip. I really like the way he held cervix all race.
I promise, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are tuning in on GridVision, we are all professionals in our own mind.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is you know how, like, we were probably all like kids at one point that would grab our 1x24 diecast or our 164 diecast and play with them on a little track and like call out the race. This is basically that, but the adult version.
Yes, it is.
That's all this is.
Well, no, the adult version is actually doing it at the track. This is the teenage version. Let's be honest.
Well, I'm saying because it's still a game.
It's all right. We found out that
it's not real.
I'm gonna be real here for a minute. We found out that I was on the
Honest.
spectrum when I was about 9 or 10 years old. Went out in the front yard, dug up a whole like little track, made it banked, paved it with mud, and then drew like the freaking lines and everything with oil markers, and then stuck LEDs around it, and then called races out there.
That's a genius.
It was great. It was beautiful.
And now you're doing it for a living.
Yep. Just without the joy of actually having a track I like.
You don't like
Impressive.
Charlotte?
This isn't my favorite mile and a half, but it's been good to me.
Aw. Hey, the two guys that we thought were going to be the quickest are up in first and second. Adam Benefield up in the lead. Half a second gap to Luke Doran. Well, Maverick had it. But Doran takes it back, so never mind. But Davis gonna get there eventually, I think, unless Baloo gets his inside coming out of turn number 4. Starting to sound like Sheldon, wrong about everything.
Well, we want to say good morning to those of you who are on the East Coast, as it is Saturday morning.
It's not just any Saturday morning, man. It's Memorial Day weekend Saturday morning.
It is.
That means I get to sleep until 2 p.m.
Good for you, I guess.
What time does Monaco start tomorrow? Anybody know?
Well, it's qualifying.
Well, I know it's Sunday, yeah, but I'm saying tomorrow's, and today is tomorrow.
I don't know what time qualifying starts.
Huh.
Qualifying is going to start probably sometime around 2 or 3
That is the
o'clock in
thing.
the afternoon.
That is kind of the only thing that matters this weekend, right? So.
Yeah, the Monaco Grand Prix.
Mm.
More racing.
I'm talking about more like the qualifying. For F1, the only thing that really matters this weekend is quali.
Yeah, pretty much whoever gets pole will end up winning that race.
Who's your pick for the race?
For all 3 of them?
Ferrari's looking good.
You know what? Yeah, let's go with it.
For the Monaco, I'll have to go with Verstappen. Easy guess there, I know.
Gee.
For the Indy 500, so I am going to go with... You know what? I'm going to go with our pole sitter. He deserves a shot of it, and he has had a lot of good speed there. I am going to have to go with Scott McLaughlin, but I really want to go with Kyle Larson, but I can't say as, Vincent Crowe. Having a big issue right there. He gathers it back up. Flipper will keep on swimming.
Gonna get a look at a replay as Taylor finishes. Who's the 600 pick?
Keep it under the line, brother. Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, that's not gonna do it.
I just went full DW
cow.
there.
He kept going.
Oh, Baloo and Doran almost wrecking out of 4.
That was close right there, I have to say.
Who's your 600 pick?
My 600 pick is I'm going to have to go with Kyle Larson because I have a feeling he's going to go for the double and win both, honestly. With the speed he has, if he can get the right strategy, I feel like Kyle Larson could do both and win both races. Because I have a feeling the 500 will rain out Sunday due to the weather coming in.
So, for me, F1, I feel like it's the classic Ferrari looks like the best car. Leclerc looks like the best driver, but it's Monaco, it's Leclerc, it's Ferrari. So Leclerc's gonna dummy it up in qualifying, and Sainz is gonna win. So Sainz will win Monaco, and then Alexander Rossi for the Indy 500. And Ford's looked good recently. It's all been different ones that are winning.
Really, it's been RFK.
Busher.
How about you, Sheldon?
See, Formula One. I don't really know a whole lot about Formula One, but I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing our. I just had a complete. I smell toast. Bear with me.
Gladly.
Lando Norris. I wouldn't mind seeing Lando get another one.
There we go.
I think is that possible? I don't know how he does at Monaco. I'm going to have to watch and find out. Wouldn't mind seeing him go get a second win this year, though. I like that guy. Indy, I want to say Alexander Rossi. I feel like with the pressure of Larson being there, I think it's going to bring something out of Rossi this week, especially with his comments about how bad it would look if Larson actually did win the 500. And then for the 600, I feel like Blaney. Ford's making a comeback right now, and I don't know. I wouldn't be too surprised if we had an old YRB win.
Kyle Larson wins Indy 500, kills IndyCar.
Could you imagine the upheaval if Larson does do the double and wins both of them?
Oh, I've wanted it ever since Tony Stewart and Robbie Gordon were running the double back in the day.
The hell?
So our amazing producer decided to go with the Canadian Lance Stroll to win the Monaco GP, Stingray Robb to win the Indy 500, and Corey LaJoie to win at Charlotte. You know what's funny? Out of all of those, the one who I think who could win their race would be Corey LaJoie if given the chance.
I don't know. Ever since they added those extra cars to Spire, though, you can tell where the sponsor dollars went because Corey LaJoie's cars have been garbage this year compared to what they were last year.
I
know
know
they
that.
haven't looked that good.
I know that.
Oh, the Chili's car is awesome.
I know that, but you know what I'm meaning by that is like I could see Corey having a better shot of winning the race than Stingray Robb or Lance Stroll winning in their respective races.
The only thing Lance Stroll could beat is a guardrail.
So we're under 90 laps to go.
Oh boy.
Hey, we got a race
in the race lead.
Yeah, we're broadcasting the race right now, guys. How's it going?
I think it feels like we just podcasted for 50 laps.
How is Doran? Doran's doing great, man. I was not expecting him to hold up against Benefield.
They still have 15 laps, 18 laps on these tires that they gotta run out there before they come down pit road. So the strategy's going to be kicking off here pretty soon.
It is, but one thing to keep in mind also, guys, is look at how much of the changes we've seen. In the beginning, we saw a mixed bag of drivers in the first 100 to 150 laps. Around lap 150 forward, we saw a new cast of characters coming up to the front of the field. And now, as we close in under that 100 laps, we're seeing some new faces, leading the way as fleets. Roger Pierce has been inside the top 10 most of the night, but he's now having a chance to go and win this thing here. And the Ryco guys are showcasing a big segue into progressing where they feel the most comfortable. That's the last 100 laps.
Yeah, they're looking quick. Roger Pierce is flying right now up to second. Matt Cox in third. All over his back bumper, too. They are moving through the field up to the front. And still, I got to probably up my prediction. They probably are going to go another 20 laps on these tires. So with these guys starting to come in at this point, they might have the advantage, but you got to think, could they be pushing it a little bit too quick, a little bit too early, and these things fall off the last 5 laps of the run and they give it all back?
That's going to be a tough question, I have to say.
I know we know Benefield's normally taking off at this point in the run, and we know that, heck, by now Davis is just about gapped just about everybody, and we got a whole fresh crop of faces up here at the front now, and we've had so many changes this track has gone through. It is rubbered up, it is cold. I think what we're looking at now is just the guys who were built for the night finding their way to the front.
Are you built for the night, Sheldon?
Oh, you know it, baby. And Miszewski is clutching right now in 4th place.
Well, somebody's not built for the night. That's Cox.
Hey, yo. Pause.
Whoa, now.
Oh, Matt Cox into the outside wall.
When Miszewski sliding up in front of him. Cox and wait.
Flipping and sliding to the outside of Cox goes Miszewski.
There we go. That's a better way to enter. Oh, contact.
Close call right there.
Cox beating into the side of Miszewski.
Miszewski's out here slapping Cox. We need a commercial, guys.
We need to compose ourselves, gentlemen.
I need an ice cold Coca-Cola.
Coke Zero. It's Coke Zero, the official.
Is Coke Zero the best Coke ever?
No,
yes.
Coke is.
Let's
Hey, the
add
burst
some
bubble.
Romy.
Try it.
You to try it first. Come on, Dodge. Having a perfect time for Rachel voice.
Yeah, that's not coming out.
It's a bad idea.
Bad.
Good call.
All right, well, before the green flag pit stops kick off, we're going to recompose ourselves. Take a step back. We're going to throw ourselves a little personal caution flag. Going to a commercial break. Be sure to stick with us. On the other side, we're going to have some green flag pit stops.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to more Ryco Performance Friday night NiS second split action right in front of the leaders. Car into the fence. That's Merrick. Doran going 3 wide. The 2 leaders split in a lap car. Roger Pierce at the end of the run, running down our race leader Luke Doran, and around the outside, Roger Pierce takes the lead late, trying to clear him.
What a pass right there by Roger Pierce to take over the race lead as they come through the middle of turns 1 and 2 now, but Doran will fight back down on the bottom of the racetrack as they have more lap traffic. That's Jonathan Jordan right there in front of them, and it looks like Doran will be able to utilize Jordan as a pick as they head off into turns 3 and 4. But here comes Merrick back onto the attack. He wants to try to get his lap back and try to stay on the lead lap during this pit stop cycle.
Yeah, Merrick's on newer tires, so you got to expect he can do it, but he's trying to do it respectfully, not ruin these guys' race for the lead. Coming down to the end of the race, coming down to the last pit stop, very important. Last, 3-4 laps in the stint. If you got any tire left, you use it right now. Masajewski is using it. Merrick on the outside in the fence, looked like he was going to clear himself. Not able to do it. Should be able to do it in 3 and 4, but the top 3 under a blanket, and pit stops will be starting in just a couple laps.
It's a Ryco Performance 1, 2, 3 as they come out of turn number 4. Merrick hits the wall again in front of your race leader.
Merrick's got to go. You can't be doing that too many times.
No, because then it's going to cause more problems as he's now trying to get to the inside of Jordan, and that's going to get K8. Oh, that's so close.
Man.
Three wide.
Three.
Oh,
No.
Oh, and Merrick into the outside wall. He's able to gather it back up, but that's going to allow them to get around, and Massajuski will lose time on your top 2.
Oh, Roger Pierce has right front damage. He's got a crinkle in the right front. It's not severe, but it's probably severe enough to prevent him from winning the race.
Oh, yeah, right.
Any little bit. Any little bit. I know that's not major. It's going to be 12 seconds in the box, but I'm telling you, that 12 seconds, if we stay green, that's going to ruin his race.
70 laps to go here. He's got a lot of work to do, and he's going to try to stretch this out even further. I think they're going to try to run another 3 to 5 laps before they come down pit road. As here comes Doran, who will come down pit road.
Just on the early portion, I suppose, of when the pit window opens, 70 laps to go this time by. Thought maybe that would be a little early, but obviously he thinks that he needs to come down pit road a little bit earlier than the rest of the field, which has started to spread out. A lot of the tire savers kind of bubbling up towards the front. You guys really, really know how to hang on to that right front tire, finding their way to the front of the field. Massajuski, Roger Pierce up here. Merrick in the fence again on the outside of Massajuski.
Trouble for Christopher Reyes. He had some issues with his hardware and connections, and he is going to be out of the race and lose some valuable laps.
When are the pit stops coming? That's the question. Alan Pajari's pitting this time by. I think we're getting some calls. Roger Pierce coming down.
And
Brandon
Massajuski
coming down. Chris Davis. My guys, we got 4 of the leaders. I think 5 lead lap cars coming down pit road. 3 of them were in the top 10. 2 of them running up at the very front of the field. So we got to pay attention. When does Fitzgerald come down? It looks like he might be fading down at the bottom, showing that he's coming in this time. He's going to be kicking off a big round of pit stops all throughout the field. Everybody should be coming down in the next couple.
Yeah, here it goes. Ooh, how about that? That was a close call, and right in front of the field.
Oh, no.
Oh, Petovich is going to go around, almost save it. Petovich. I think he does.
Holy
Barely.
cow, how did he hold on to that? He should have been done. What a save.
That is a save of the night so far.
That's unreal. Oh, he had to hip check. He had to hip check somebody to do it, but he had no control of his car, so I don't blame him. But maybe Henry caught the short end of the stick, but it ended up being a huge save. Kept us under green.
It certainly did. There's the contact. I mean, there you saw it right there as they come across the line right there. But John Blue will take over the race lead now for the moment. Half a second over Maverick Davis, who's right behind him as they come off of turn 2.
Alan Wilson, Adam Benefield down pit road. John Blue still out on the racetrack. Gonna have to wait and see how long he stays out. He can't make it too much longer on fuel. This is a 72 lap stint from him. Can't think that he can make it more than maybe 2 more laps at most. Here's that save. I mean, huge already at the first place, or in the first place, then turned again. A little bit of a hit check to save him. PB Henry, destroys the outside wall. But, the caution didn't come out, so good job.
Could you imagine if the caution came out? That would have changed a whole lot.
Yeah, no kidding. The entire strategy would have been thrown on its head.
So much that we would all be screaming, "This changes everything."
Have you ever... Still a couple drivers out on the racetrack. Blue.
Sorry about that.
What a beautiful
That's a
scenic
beautiful
picture.
view of the AstroTurf.
Yeah, look at that, man.
And
I love that picture. We got
and the starter
Diggers
stand.
back.
Oh, here comes John Ballou.
That's too fast.
No,
Did he get that so
he slowed
down?
down to the cones. He slowed down before the cones. I think he's good. Looked like a...
Wow. You're right.
Yeah.
He's fine. That was
Looked like he was doing all-star qualifying there for a second.
what an
Those
entry.
barrels being there really throw the perspective of pit road entry entirely off.
That was a hell of an entry. Blue is going to be, I mean, setting himself up nicely with that, but the only problem is everybody else has been out here, you know, putting down some pretty fast laps, and he's been on the old tires. So going to have to really push at the end of this run, see if he can use that fresher rubber at the very end to pick up some spots. But Blue's putting himself a little bit behind the 8-ball.
Here's the question, though. How far can we make it on fuel again?
PB Henry, no. Around, the yellow flag's gonna fly. Coming off the apron, he did the same thing. He did the same thing. The apron in turn 1 and 2 has claimed another victim. This time it is John Ballou. Gonna have a black flag, brings out the yellow flag. And well, the running order changes a little bit.
Let me say it again here. You guys ready?
Ready.
This changes everything. Light little tap on the wall. It's hard to determine when you're leaving pit road because you can't really see, you know, where the tires are exactly. And then, like, the line on this track isn't necessarily a very good indicator of where the actual track surface begins. We got Merritt as our leader right now.
Yeah, but he's coming down pit road, but he will have a little bit fresher tires than everybody else. Well, it looks like most everybody's following him down.
Yeah, everyone's going to come down, especially Benefield. John Ballou is coming to come down pit road, of course.
I mean, we got all these extra sets sitting in the box right now. Why would you want to go out here on a disadvantage?
That's a good point. That's a very good point, Shelby.
Thank you, buddy. I make them sometimes. They're not as good as, you know.
You're figuring it out.
They're not as good as the bulletins we got earlier. But
I mean,
they're up there.
I was pretty close.
You're close. We're going to get a caution. Yeah, that was pretty accurate.
Look at that, the trends. Burris's bullets coming through in the clutch. He knew.
I need my bullets.
Taylor Burris. He's always got one in the chamber. And he struck again. He struck again.
Just the background. What the f is a kilometer? Eagle screeching and... Welcome to GridVision After Dark.
Basically.
I am your host in debauchery, Sheldon Atkins. Darby, don't do that again.
That's annoying.
We almost had an accident. Was not expecting that. Was checking to see if I took my meds tonight.
Laugh tracks, no.
Could you imagine how bad it would be if we just played laugh track every time somebody spun? Like, that would be so...
That'd be funny.
Demoralizing.
Oh, man.
Do it. You won't.
We just need to have one of those streams where we just roast everybody that makes any type of mistake. Like Baloo spins it out on the apron of turn 1. I mean, we rip into him. We don't let him go.
Well, what do you think Mooncar and Bottom Split on Night in America do?
Yeah, well, I'm saying we should do it because it looks fun. I want to be able to freely call people an idiot on YouTube.
What we should do is we should do it, but we should literally just follow Justin the entire race and critique every move he makes, start to finish.
I'm definitely down for that. If only we did that in RTP last night.
My goal is to make that man's hair fall out.
Then you need to blow every broadcast from here until the end of time. That's your job.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do already. All right, so next
All right,
week,
okay,
Monday
Rod-
night NIS, we're just gonna, SOF, we're just gonna follow Justin and make fun of him.
Roger, you need to focus on the racing on the track, not typing in the chat.
Wow. Call him out.
I mean, I just did.
So you're trying to turn away.
He is back in 17th because of the the issues
Was,
here.
yeah, because he's typing.
Well.
You're trying to turn
bro.
away a dedicated viewer to our broadcast.
Taylor said, "Screw the algorithm. I hate you guys. We're tanking GridVision."
No, he said, "No, don't you watch us."
Yeah, Roger. Screw you, dude. Get out of our chat.
Roger, turn your in-game audio down. Turn us up.
He was speeding. See, if he wasn't typing, he wouldn't have been caught speeding.
He sped before he typed.
Yeah,
I don't know.
How long do you think this man was on pit road? He's not been on here for like 3 laps.
My God.
I guess that was only. I guess he only had one in the chamber. You were right.
Yeah, because he's missing now. Firing blanks. Versus bullets to versus blanks. Sad.
With that, good night, everybody.
Seacrest out.
One pump jump.
Hey.
Anyway, Alan Wilson's
Who told you that?
Wilson leading the way. On the inside here, coming back to the restart, Maverick Davis. On the outside, we got 58 laps to go at the line. And the 33 on the inside, Alan Wilson easily into the race lead. Davis has been a long run warrior all night. Not quite the longest run that we've had on offer for us tonight, but it's still a pretty long one. 58 laps to go. If we run green, it's going to be a long time
contact
race,
in 1 and
but
2.
It might be 3 wide out of 2. I foul it out to 2, and they're okay, but it was close.
I don't know if I'd be going in there shaking up Garrison like that. He can get pretty scrappy if you get on his bad side.
Matt Cox is shaking him up, though. He's still side drafting him all the way down the front straightaway, down the double dog leg. Cox to the inside, almost looking at the inside of Davis, not able to find him. Couldn't quite fit in the hole coming out of turn number 2.
We're hanging in there. Who do we lose? Well, in the meantime, Alan Wilson III will hold on to the race lead, but he is under immense pressure from the number 83 of Derek Garrison as they come off of turn number 2. Here comes Maverick Davis right there in the 3rd spot as they work their way through. Matt Cox and Austin Gacion are still holding strong as Gacion will think about going to the inside of Cox to try to work his way around into the 4th spot. Not going to work as Cox hits the wall off of turn 4.
Cox not able to go anywhere with Davis right in front of him. Davis, like we said, tire saver, been really good on the long runs, just trying to hold Cox back. Been able to do it so far, been able to hold on to that 3rd place spot over Cox. Coming down to turn 3, Davis. Running good lap times, keeping up with the race leaders, but you can tell he's definitely not burning up his stuff.
No, it's like when the teacher says something and it's, your best friend just looks at you with that funny face and you just die laughing in the middle of class. That's what's happening right now on my end. Thanks, Edstrom.
Man, there's a race going on, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing funny about it, and I'm just over here wheezing.
Someone get this man an inhaler.
Thank you guys for coming back to the 7th grade with me here tonight. I appreciate it.
Poop the pee-pee.
You went a little bit further back.
That was like yesterday for me.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, Benefiel has worked his way back up to 8th place.
Yeah, if we watch a little further back, Benefiel's got his teammate Baloo right there behind him. Chris Davis, Joe Torres. Here he comes up through the field. He's going to go to the top side with, is that Hollowball right behind him? Shame he's still a lap down right now at the moment. He's in 21st, but he's the first car 1 lap down, so if he gets the chance to get another caution, he'll be back on the lead lap.
I definitely think that Hollowball is going to be able to dig his way out at least a little bit from this hole that he's buried himself in.
I hope, but Benefiel and Baloo, man, they're trying to work through the field. They have kind of gotten screwed by some of these cautions up towards the front of the field. Now they're not. And they're not really, they don't have the opportunity to save their tires. They've got to work themselves up towards the front of the field. And they're having to push a little bit. If this thing does go green all the way to the end, I feel like they're at a massive disadvantage.
No, they absolutely are. They've got a lot of cars to get through, and these are, you know, it's one thing if it was just a bunch of randoms up here at the front, but these guys are guys that have been up here clawing around, fighting all race long.
Not only that, but this is one of the biggest races of the year. Who the heck doesn't want to win the World 600?
Absolutely.
It means more even on iRacing. You want to win it a little bit more.
It's a 5-car tandem up front down the
Garrison.
straightaway. Did y'all see that? Garrison with
Wilson.
a power move to the outside.
Wilson
Take the
blocks.
lead away from Wilson.
Wilson blocks Cox for second, coming out of 2 after Garrison powered by for the race lead. Really nothing the 33 could do. Matt tried to put it around the outside, couldn't quite do it. Wilson through the block. But Cox is coming back at him, down into 1. Gets to the outside, thought he was looking in, goes to the out. And Matthew Cox around the outside, going to be able to go up to second.
Great pass right there by Matt Cox to hold on to the race or move up to second place, and he's going to set his sights for Garrison. He's not running the same times as Osley, right on board with him, coming out of turn number 4 across the line. Let's see what the times are as they come across the start-finish line. Derek Garrison, a 29.7, Cox, a 29.66. So he is really showcasing. Look at the speed he's carrying through the middle of turn 1 and 2. Let's see what his runs off turn 2 is looking like, and he's going to get a good run. He'll get the toe from the back straightaway. Alan Wilson III right there behind him as they head off into turn 3.
Wilson diving down low to the inside of Cox here in 3 and 4. Never mind. He was, but he wasn't by the time we got to the end of the corner. But Cox taking a look around the outside on your race leader Garrison here in 1 and 2, trying to build the momentum, trying to get a run out of the back straightaway, but it looks like Garrison's just holding strong on the inside.
He is for now, but coming down to 3, Cox with the preferred groove, gonna drive it in deep into the outside groove. Swoop back down to the inside, cut off a little bit of air from Garrison. And Cox is gonna move up to the race lead. 46 laps to go at the line there. I think he's playing for the, I'm gonna push as hard as I can go at the very, very beginning. Run it all out, and then hope for a caution. And then round 2.
Keep an eye on it.
Absolutely full send here. Getting by some real fast cars to get up here to the lead. And it is a hornet's nest from 5th on back. Out here with these guys side by side. A little further than 5th.
Man, if this thing runs green, everybody in the top 10 is going to be hurting. I mean, I got to think everybody is just overdriving just a little bit.
And right now we got Davis starting to mount a charge to the outside here. Coming out of turn 4. We got too many silver and black Ryco cars. It's kind of confusing me up here.
It's the blue ones that get me, man. There's a couple of the blue ones that are really confusing. Rogers is okay down there.
Okay. Makes sense. I mean, there are some... our producer has told me that the silver ones are all high-side motorsports. I will say, it's a pretty gnarly looking paint scheme. I dig it. Love silver on race cars.
Roger Pierce still trying to recover. He was, what, 17th? Started typing. One of our broadcasters picked on him, told him that he shouldn't be typing. Look at it. He's typed, and he's gone from 17th to 4th.
He's on the charge right now, and he wants more. He wants to go for the race lead as they come out of turn number 4 right now. Roger Pierce just showcasing the speed here as they come out of turn 4. He's stuck right now behind Jordan Booth and Derek Garrison at the moment, but he's going to try to find the opening to split the difference and try to move up to P2.
I think Cox is starting to hurt a little bit. The tires are starting to go away. He's struggling through the corners. Booth, Garrison, both trying to get by. Cox throws a block, able to hold back Garrison. Good move there from Matt Cox. Able to hang back, keep the race lead, but that was a little too close for comfort.
What kind of block was that, Edstrom?
It's a Cox block.
Hey, I'm here for it. But he's not going to be able to hold these guys off for too long.
Don't underestimate the power of Cox.
Oh, jeez.
He's holding them back like it's Daytona. I mean, this is the Pied Piper, literally.
Never a dull moment here on GridVision as we watch here and hit down to the inside.
Oh, it's 3 wide.
Oh, we got a car flying on the back straight, in the front straightaway. Hard into the barrels.
Who was that?
Right as they started dicing it up for the lead,
Was it Pete
Matt
Henry?
Cox got the brakes, the brake that he needed. Who died?
Those
A lot of
ones.
people. Oh my gosh! Oh my
William Amshoff went for a little bit of flying.
Ending lap 360 was the biggest wreck I've ever seen into barrels in the pit road. Holy cow, Amshoff, Mr. Takeoff.
Barrels 1, driver 0. And here's a view from the inside of the latest SpaceX launch.
Holy cow.
That's I feel gutted for him. Make it 361 laps in this thing. 2 guys in front of you just kind of get a little squirrely coming out of turn 4. Next thing you know, you're staring at the moon. That's a heartbreaking way to end this thing.
Believe everybody on the lead lap coming down pit road. Gonna get a quick check real quick. Matt Cox, our race leader, slid through his box. Holy cow, look at the 36. We're going to use this opportunity to take our last commercial break of the racing action. Be sure to stay with us. We got more crazy crashing on the other side.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to the finish of the World 600, the Ryco Performance Friday night NiS second split tonight. I mean, we got 36 laps to go at the green flag. We've got a new cast of characters up towards the front. A little bit of different, not strategy on the pit stops, but some people slide through their box, making mistakes at the end of this thing. Long, grueling race. I think the attrition might be starting to set in. Now we got the 41 up front. 26 in sim, Jordan Booth. What's he gonna do? We haven't seen him up front all night. Now he's on the front row, leading the field back to the green flag. 36 laps to go, and we're back under the green flag. Jordan Booth brings us back. We're green flag racing.
Great racing action here as Jordan Booth checks out on the field for a few moments, but here comes both Derek Garrison and Roger Pierce with a head of steam off turn number 2, side by side for second as they work their way across the back straightaway. And Pierce will have the advantage just by a tick because Garrison is going to hold on. But here comes Matt Cox around the outside as there you see Booth throw the block on Garrison through the middle of 3 and 4.
About 3 out of
Garrison
4.
tight.
Pierce just out of nowhere coming out of turn number 4, able to take the race lead. Cox hits Booth from the back end, pushes him down the front straightaway around the outside of Garrison for second.
Yeah, Booth got tight coming out of turn 4 there and just knocked the fence down coming down the front straightaway. And that's what opened up the door for Roger Pierce and everybody to just snowball on him.
Oh man, it is just wide in 3 and 4. 3 wide. People fighting everywhere. They cycle it down to 2 as they come out of the corner. Matt Cox in third, challenging Jordan Booth. Booth is a little slow out of the corner. Cox tries to get to the outside. Booth with the block. Matt Cox just about with nowhere to go. Tries a little bit higher on the racetrack. Not able to get anything out of it.
Yeah, he's trying everything right now at the moment as they work their way through down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4, 2 by 2 by 2, all the way from third on back as Roger Pierce tries to hold on, but Jordan Booth gets a great run off turn number 4. He'll look to the outside to take over the race lead.
Oh, Booth. Look at Booth out of 4. Huge run on Pierce. Pierce looked like a sitting duck, but Jordan Booth didn't do anything with it. All over the back bumper of Pierce, now through 1 and 2. But Pierce looks nice and steady up in front. A little bit of a parachute. Oh, does he lift? Looked like he lifted down there.
Here comes Booth rocketing around the outside line to take the lead back, coming down the front straightaway from Pierce. He's going to do it with not much contest there. So he cycles it back down to the bottom here in 1 and 2.
I think Pierce is trying to save his tires a little bit. I think he's just not fighting too hard at this point. He knows there's still 30 laps left in this thing. Got to save him for the end. Got to have something under you in the last 10 laps. I think Roger Pierce is taking care of his stuff.
And he's trying everything to take care of it as a couple of cars hit the outside wall off turn number 4. Alan Wilson, the third, dropping down the order. He's now in 15th. Matt Cox drops back to P7 as they're almost
Cox.
3 wide. Oh, Cox into the wall along with the driver of
Vincent Crow.
Oh, Vincent.
Oh, somebody heavy in the inside wall. Is that Fitzgerald coming back across the racetrack?
And Nicholas Padovich.
Oh.
And this is where it turns into a normal NIS, guys. They've been nice to each other all night.
Doesn't matter how long it is, they all finish the same as Cox goes into Vincent Crow.
Vincent was running so good tonight, too. Even with the damage he was complaining about earlier in the race. Oh, Hollabaugh just gets back on the lead lap and just absolutely gets smoked in that wreck.
Oh, no.
Twice. Where was the 5? Where was the 5 going?
Fitzgerald hunting him down.
You already wrecked.
I mean, what in the world?
Poor Hollabaugh, man.
What a night to forget for him. I mean, that sucks.
Finally
You fought
got
all
back
night.
to get where he needed to be, to get back into contention, to at least get a good finish out of this, and just nowhere to go.
He's fought all night, and
oh, and he didn't even netcode.
Dude, netcode forced him up. I can't. Wow.
He's handling it better than I would. I would be in the driver chat right now, getting myself a month-long chat ban. So credit goes out to him.
You know, I've never been protested for that, and that kind of shocks me. Figured I'd have one. A lot of people coming down pit road, though.
Under 30 laps left to go. I mean, you have a plenty extra set of tires on pit road. You might as well come down and top off, as well as get some fresh tires.
That does split strategy up pretty heavy, though. The top 9 will be on tires that have about 6 laps of running on them. Everybody from 10th on back will be on fresh rubber. So we'll just have to wait and see. I just don't know if 6 laps is enough of an advantage. I really don't. I know we've still got over 25 laps of racing left, but
remember how fast Benefield was. Remember how fast Benefield was earlier today with only 2 laps advantage, though.
That's true. I think we're coming to one to go here. Maybe. Does the pace car turn off its lights?
It does not.
What in the world? I told you the Charlotte cautions have been long this week. We're just getting into the last 30. This is where they all start kicking off. So where's the catalyst for the next caution? Who are you looking at? Who's the one that's going to be driving over their head and cause one? Throw everybody under the bus.
I've seen a lot of aggression out of Torres tonight. He's had a really loose car.
What about you, Taylor? What are you thinking?
Oh.
He's thinking about Cox.
No, I'm
That's
looking
kind of
at,
who I was thinking about. I think Matt Cox is going to come in like a wrecking ball and absolutely plow through people.
I like a little drone cam we got going here. This is pretty neat.
Yep.
Nope. Oh, God. Oh, no. The drone just exploded in turn 3.
Sheldon is winless.
We just lost the drone, man.
Doesn't matter what you talk about, Sheldon. It's going to break as soon as you mention it.
That was where all of our budget went, was that damn drone.
And you broke it with, like, a couple words.
And break it? Darby got his piloting license from Tim Hortons, man.
Sheldon, I'm sorry, but you're fired.
Not again.
Now
Fine,
return your baby and go.
I'm gonna go make 2 sim.
What?
It's like 26.
Make 2 sim without me? Are you kidding me?
It's okay. We'll reconcile our friendship on when we get to 6 sim.
Nope, you ain't taking that name.
No.
2 sim. I'll be 1 sim junior.
Whatever. You can take the Weenie Hut Juniors 1 sim.
Hey. Don't compare me to Weenie Hut Jr.
Not in the salty spittoon, you don't.
Did you actually just spit take?
See, I did this thing where I made the noise, but no, I didn't actually spit.
It sounded like it, dude. I thought I heard a splatter and everything.
No.
No, I think you're lying to me.
I think
you're lying
I'm pretty
to me.
solid at it.
26 laps to go at the line this time by. Got another restart on hand for you. Now the strategy's really mixed up. Who's it going to be? Everybody in the top 9 on older tires. Not too much older, but enough to make a difference. Will it be somebody 10th on back that will win it, or will somebody in the top 9 pull it out of a hat? Jordan Booth back in the restart zone, and we're back to green flag racing again.
Good, clean jump for Jordan Booth here. He's going to carve out at least a 10th of a second lead going into turn 1 here as they run side by side behind him.
Great run right there by Jordan Booth. And Adam Benefield and Derek Garrison, the 283s, are going to go side by side.
Benefield hard in the wall.
Oh, they're still going to hit.
Oh, they're going to beat and bang a little bit down the back straightaway. Roger Pierce will try to move his way up into second place. Here comes Matt Cox 3 wide around the outside as he tries to get this position.
Benefield has right front damage. He's going to be hurting there in second place. That's going to give Jordan Booth a little bit of time. It's going to be tough for Benefield to run him down, and even if he does, with that damage, the tire wear is going to hurt at some point, and he's in a fight side by side for second. Garrison flying around the outside. He takes it.
Here they come down the back straightaway. Pearson as well as Chris Davis will battle it. Maverick Davis also in the mix as they work their way through. 3 wide they're going to go as here comes Derek Garrison.
Oh, sideways. Oh, he hangs on to it, but they're going to be side by side for the lead. Garrison to the inside. And Garrison's going to take it before we even get down into 1. Booth can't even do anything.
I mean, you got to be asking yourself right now, did Booth stand and burn up a little too much of them tires on those earlier runs?
Oh, man, this is going to get close and exciting. But right now, it seems like Benefield is holding up the rest of the field behind him as Booth and Garrison pull away.
Oh, Booth's coming back at him. He had a good run out of 4. Booth was quick. He just made a mistake. I think he's still going to be there on Garrison. Down into 1, he lifts a little bit early, trying to get a run out of the corner. Set himself up for turn number 3. Not able to get a big enough run to look to the inside, but potentially close enough to get a run going into 1.
Well, I'm just going to say, well, we got most people's eyes are up here on these first and second going at it right now. My eyes are back there on Pearson Davis. Because each run we've had tonight, the first couple laps of it, they've kind of crept around back there, tiptoed, kept a little bit of tire underneath them, and then before you know it, they are flying at, the end half of the run. And I think that the way that this run is going to cycle out, it will be just enough time for them to get back up there and start battling for it. I don't know with Benefield with that right front damage. I feel like that's going to make that car a little bit tighter than he's been used to on the back half of this run.
The highest running driver on new tires, Brandon Masajewski in 8th place. 1.4 seconds off of the race leader. That's tough. He's got to pass 7 guys. He's looking to do one or make a move right now. They're 2 wide in front of him. Going to cost him a little bit of time.
Send it into 3 there.
Yeah, able to pick up the spot, but it's going to allow for him to get
himself
cut
on
back.
exit though.
Yeah, back on the inside. Cox loses the spot, and he might be under pressure from Masajewski. Masajewski trying to get to the outside. Cox not letting him have it.
Man, that guy is a weapon. The aggression from that guy right now is insane. I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. Don't make it seem like I'm talking down on him.
Oh, it's going to get tight for the race lead again here soon. Booth is just a little bit quicker. He's pushing a little bit too hard. Garrison is also pushing too hard. And it's allowing both of them to stay close. And I think Roger Pierce is sitting in a pretty good spot.
And look at the guys working their way into the picture here.
He's really putting the pressure on as they work their way down the back straightaway. And here they come, and Roger Pierce is setting the pace as they work their way through the middle of turn 3 and 4, sitting in 3rd position. He's got a little bit of work to do, but he is making up the ground.
Still 18 laps to go. Plenty of time for somebody to make a move, somebody to make a mistake and bring out that yellow flag. And have a lot more guys come down for tires. Maybe throw another wrench in the strategy. But for right now, it's all lined out for us. Top 7, 21 lap old tires. 8th place, 11 lap old tires.
Oh, Booth sliding up the track really high there. That's going to hurt him down the straightaway. Roger Pierce is going to get down to the bottom here going into 1. And I don't think it's going to be any contest.
Pierce looks good.
Absolutely. Pierce is going to slide back up, take that spot move Pierce to P3. Or sorry, P2.
It's Conti versus Ryco versus McConey here in the setup shops as they work their way through your top three as they come through the middle of turn 3 and 4. There you see Matt Cox trying to hold off Massajuski as well as Chris Davis, who is right there in the mix.
Yeah, Massajuski's just trying not to get held up too much. He's got a little bit fresher tires. You would think he'd blow through the field just a little bit quicker. But everybody's fighting hard for their spots. This is the end of the race. They're not just going to give you the position because you got a little bit newer tires whenever you got 20 laps remaining. We're down to 16. It's just going to be tough for him to pass at this point. He's picked up, I believe, yeah, he's picked up another spot up to 7th. But it's just not going to be enough.
Garrison with a really good 3 and 4 there. If he can just hang on like this, it might work out in his favor.
15 laps, though. Can he hold on for 15?
Last time by, they almost ran identical lap times, Garrison and Pierce. So we'll see what they do here as they come down into turn 3 and 4. Booth is right there, but he's about 2/10 off the pace. Same thing with Maverick Davis. He's a 10th off as they come across the line. Let's see what the times are as they work their way through. And it's almost identical between 1st, 2nd, and 4th.
Oh, boy.
I mean, here's the question, though. Are we actually going to run those 15?
Everyone is kind of spaced out. The only position I'd be worried about is around 10th to 15th.
Ooh, big run for Pierce here. You got a good run down the back straightaway. Close a little bit of time.
Oh, he got loose.
On your lead. Oh, he's going to get loose and give it all right back. I need to stop.
Might be wrecking out of 4. Side by side, banging. A little bit further back.
Huge crash.
I think it's Massajuski.
It's Juski.
Oh, they're still wrecking. The 33 gets sent hard. Oh, spun out in the middle of the racetrack, getting hit, ping-ponged in the middle of the racetrack. Matt Cox with huge damage. We all kind of felt like the big one was coming. Massajuski forces Cox into the fence. They never come off of each other. Cox, oh, Massajuski and Cox once again hard into the wall. Massajuski turning hard right. And the 33 innocent bystander in all of that. Tight racing at the end of a long race, and well, that's just two guys coming together in the same little bit of real estate. Maybe racing a little bit too hard.
Well, I do know that Cox was holding up Massajuski for a pretty much majority of that run there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of frustration involved in that.
I get it for sure.
And I'm watching it back right now from where I'm sitting. It doesn't look like they touched until they both got into the wall. They both slid up pretty heavy there.
Massajuski on the new tires trying to come through because, I mean, well, he's got the newer tires. He may be able to get up there and challenge these guys if he can just get clear. Unable to do it. Coming out of 4, pushed just a little bit too wide. Cox pushing them hard. A lot of guys coming down pit road.
Ooh, Booth nearly got turned around by Maverick Davis as they entered down pit road, though.
Here's the question.
Who's going to stay out?
I know that. No. Who's going to take 2? We got 10 laps. We got 2 laps. There's adjustments you can make to make that 2-tire strategy work. This right here could get really interesting and really dicey really fast.
Let's wait and see. Who does it? Who pulls off the strategy? Garrison, our race leader, he's taking 4. A lot of guys aren't.
Booth wins the race off pit road, followed by Roger Pierce, Maverick Davis, Adam Benefield, Chris Davis, Tyler Merritt, Austin Gastion, Derek Garrison will be the first one on 4-lap tires. Luke Doran.
He's back in 8th.
Yeah.
Holy cow, Garrison was leading the race. He's too far back. I'm telling you right now, he's too far back.
No, he ain't, unless they have a massive stack up in turn 1, which honestly is really likely because the 2 tires, you're going to be really loose coming off these corner exits.
Holy cow, he's just gotten absolutely screwed.
We'll see. Vincent Crowe has also took 4 tires, along with Alan Wilson, Christopher Wheel, Alan Pajara, and Michelle Bastion as well, and Wayne Hutchinson also took 4 tires.
Such a hopeless feeling whenever you have 4 tires checked. You put your right sides down, and then all of a sudden you see 8 people fly by you on the outside, and you just have to wait and watch your guys put on your left side tires. It is hopeless.
It's also hopeless, too, if you're the leader, because you have no idea what the heck anybody else is going to do. If you're in the back of the pack, you can choose your own destiny. But if you're in the lead, you know, you're expecting everybody to take 4. Or you're just, There's just not, I don't know how to say it, aside from there's just not much you can do. You go out and you take the 2 tires, you take the gamble, you get run over on the restart when everybody took 4. Or you go in and take 4, and then everybody takes 2, then you get caught up in the wreck from everybody taking 2.
So we should be going back green flag with 7 laps to go?
This ain't going to be the last caution.
Well, next lap is 9 laps to go. So it'll be the lap after that. So I think we'll have 8.
See, we got 3 green, white checkers.
Potentially. Let's hope we don't have to use them. Who's going to handle the 2 tires the best? Who has the right adjustments? That's the question. Who's got the best adjustments in here for a 2-tire fire? Who can make it work for 8 laps time? Where do you put the air pressures? What do you do? I'm glad I'm not a crew chief. Now, I'd be a lot smarter, so maybe I should try, but seems like a tough decision no matter what.
Well, we don't have a lot of laps left in this thing. There's absolutely not enough time for these guys, even the guys with 4 tires, to get through all these cars to get to the front here. The 2-tire call is definitely the way to go. Now it's just up to the driver to see if he can hold it.
So Garrison might have thrown away the 600 with the 4-tire call, giving the lead over to Booth. Roger Pierce in second. Maverick Davis has been quick all night in third. Adam Benefiel, still with that damage, I believe, but he's got 4th place locked up right now. Chris Davis in 5th. Tyler Merritt in 6th. Austin Gassion in 7th. Derek Garrison, first car on 4 tires, in the 8th place position. So watch for him to try to make moves, but also watch for him to potentially get stuck.
I've been saying it all night, but I got a really good feeling for Davis right now. He's starting there on that inside row. We know how bad that outside line has been to getting the jump on these restarts.
He is in a good spot.
Pierce is amazing, but I see Davis pulling this thing off.
What about you, Burris?
For me, I mean, I still think Benefield, my pick, is looking pretty strong, but Roger Pierce, though, also is going to be one to watch.
I like it. I think Pierce is in a good spot. The only problem is, or I think he's been one of the quickest guys. The only problem is he's starting on the outside. Second place has not been good all night, like Sheldon mentioned. So it's going to be tough for him on the restart. He's got Benefield behind him. Probably not a friendly face, so we'll have to wait and see. Coming back to the restart, though. 8 laps to go. Jordan Booth up on the front row. Back into the restart zone. Back under the green flag. And we are back racing for the finish of the Coke 600.
Now about to jump right there by Jordan Booth to take over the race lead, but here comes Maverick Davis to the bottom of the racetrack to try and take away second from the driver of Roger Pierce as they come out of turn 2.
Maverick Davis on the bottom getting steamrolled by the guys on the top line. He's going to get a good run down here in the center. Oh, and Pierce gets tight, slides up the track a little bit. Here comes Davis straight to the lead, or straight to the leader's rear bumper.
Oh, wrecking huge further back.
Oh, huge crash.
Huge.
My God.
Or some people getting really angry back there at each other. Masajewski in a huge. Oh boy.
I'll tell you what,
initially some contact out of 2, and it festered over into huge contact in 3 and 4. A little bit further up. Well, this is through 3 and 4, and they all get stacked up. Masajewski has nowhere to go. That's such a weird.
Oh man.
A weird piece of contact, how it bounced him up like that.
He just got that thing fixed too.
Yeah, I think it all started out at 2. Let's see. This is a little bit after, but you see Merritt on the inside drives the 83 into the fence, and then the 83 bounces off. I believe they had contact before, and they all get away clean, but Masajewski comes off, obviously, with the worst of it.
The question you got to be asking right now, though, is What does Davis have to do to get a break in this thing tonight?
He was so close to taking the lead.
He had this thing.
He had the run.
He had this thing in the bag just about earlier in the night. Strategy got completely ruined because of somebody spinning off pit road. Every time he's gotten up to the front and put himself in a position to go and actually get the lead, gets a caution. It's just, I know how frustrated he's got to be because I've been there.
Well, I do think we're going to be breaking into our green-white checkers here.
No, we are.
Might not quite get there. We might have a 3-lap shootout.
Yeah, I think we're going to be close.
Well, if that's the case, we saw that Maverick Davis got a really good jump from third. Good enough to where he could challenge Booth at the very beginning of the next lap. So if you use that logic, Roger Pierce is sitting in a good spot.
Pierce is in the catbird seat right now.
Ooh, you said the catbird seat.
Yeah, he's got it.
You still got to pass Booth.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw how bad Booth was coming off of turn 4 that last lap. Is that going to be a consistent thing? You know, he hasn't had the strongest of cars tonight.
He got that damage repaired earlier on, so he's looking pretty racy, ready to go back at it in that Ryco and Gossett number 27 Ford.
I've been impressed with the racing for the most part of the night. I feel like it's been pretty clean. The last couple of wrecks have been a little more on the feisty side, but for the most part, tonight's been a good treat. Honestly, it hasn't been too long for a 400 lap race.
No, there's been a lot of incredible racing tonight, and we got significantly less yells than what I was expecting.
I like to see Matt Hollabaugh back on the lead lap back there, swerving his tires, back in the top 16. Way to go, Matt. He's back in it. I think he's on the same stint on tires as everybody else. So Matt's got a chance. Maybe he can get into the top 10 after his rough night.
Yeah, and that's the one thing we need to talk about here. For not just this race, but any NIS race. If you go out there, even if you get a lap or two down, stay out there, keep running laps. Stuff is going to happen to where you could have a chance to rebound and come home with a good finish, and possibly that's what we're seeing here with Matt Hollabaugh. Even though he started on the pole, looked like to be one of the favorites, he has fought his way back, and he is looking to recover, possibly with a top 15, maybe even a top 10 if something happens on the final lap.
Especially the big long ones like this, though. Any of the full-length ones, you can really get away with staying in, and you're finishing top half of the field. I mean, we had 36 drivers. A third of them are out of the race right now.
Yeah,
so we're down 12 guys. I mean, you're guaranteed 23rd. That's the lead lap. That's the last guy running right now. So just stay out on the racetrack. You're going to get a decent finish. And we're probably not done wrecking yet. I imagine this restart's going to be crazy.
Also, man, look in 9th place. I thought we'd put Flipper down earlier in this race. Vincent Crow's worked his way back up to 9th with all that damage that he got earlier.
He just wrecked, man.
I know. It's crazy.
There's Flipper still smiling.
Look at Flippy. Go, Flippy, go.
Now we got some people pulling for Mr. Wheel out there.
Honestly, good recovery from Wheel, too. He shouldn't be in the top 10 after what we saw earlier. I figured he was down and out, but he's worked himself back in the top 10. And we're coming back to the green flag. Going to be 3 laps to go. Jordan Booth leading the way for what could be the final restart in the Coke 600. Who's it going to be? Jordan Booth, Maverick Davis, Roger Pierce, Chris Davis, or somebody else? Jordan Booth back to the gas pedal, and we're back under the green flag. Booth with a good start, and Pierce trying to follow him through in second.
That was a good start for Davis on the outside, too. They're going to funnel in side by side for second right now. Davis to the outside of Pierce. I think Davis is going to get the run coming off the corner, though, with a big push from the 29 behind him. The other Davis
is a shot.
Davis squared. Oh, Davis to the outside. In the fence a little bit. That might be it, but he's fighting back hard again.
Pierce.
Oh, he's loose.
Pierce is trying to find his opening as he looks to the inside, now looks to the outside. He's going to throw the block right there on Maverick Davis. Davis is going to make contact. A couple of cars get side by side and make contact as 2 cars get loose off of turn number 2. Can they gather it back up?
Well, Vincent Crow's done now. Vincent Crow's done now. Yeah, he is destroyed. Oh, he just got hit again.
John Blue also out of the race.
I think Brandon got caught in that one.
Matt Hollaball moved up to P11. Yeah, right here we saw the contact between Doran and Davis, and then more issues.
Oh, that was a hard hit for Vincent. And Flipper's still alive.
Flipper is still flipping around.
Is he?
Yeah, he's still putting him. He's
Did
a modified.
I mean, he should have been put down after that one.
Look, he's gotten a snout lift, but he's still in it.
Let's just
destroyed.
No, it.
Flipper's
that should be
murdered.
Killed.
Look at that.
No,
That was targeted.
Watch him drive out of it. He's good. He's got power.
Oh my gosh.
He could still win this thing the way they're going.
He's mangled. He's mangled. Man,
they're
Jordan
running
Booth is
good.
the luckiest guy, man. He gets, as soon as he starts getting challenged, we're gonna start spinning back here. I mean, what the hell, Jordan?
Well, now we're in the green white checkers, and here's a question: who's got what for fuel? Because these guys, we all like to low fuel it to try and make the cars a little bit quicker at the end.
I bet you most of them have
I think everybody should be okay.
Yeah, but you never know.
Oh, that is true. You never know.
You never know. You ain't wrong.
I mean, we thought Junior had it all figured out.
Did we?
Then,
stuff happened.
1, 2, 3, you're out. One of DW's greatest calls. There is a lot of tempers boiling over right now in the driver's chat.
Is there? I want to listen.
Oh, man.
They're mad. They're fighting. They know they have lost.
I can tell you, this is the maddest I've ever heard Brandon in a chat.
Well, you run 380 laps, and all of a sudden everybody starts wrecking, and it's just going to make you feel some type of way. How's he on the lead lap? He went to space.
Apparently, somebody thinks Austin Edstrom sounds sexy.
I do.
No.
Hollaball's in the top 10, boys.
Oh, that explains it. We already know that Nick's absolutely insane.
Tiny, how the stars doing, dude? My Canes are dead. Sad. There's nothing like losing your hockey team in the playoffs.
I will say, if there's a testament to never giving up, it's Hollaball right now.
I agree with that.
Dude was like 3 laps down, running 33rd at the 200-mile marker of this race. He's up here in 10th place. 4 fresh tires. No damage, to my knowledge.
What a comeback story.
With the way these guys are racing, he still has a chance to win this thing.
And that also means that he could get caught up in whatever these guys are doing and go back to 25th.
And then come out with a brand new nose like our boy Vincent Crow's doing right now.
Well, you're not wrong.
But never mind. Flipper's still a little toothless.
We have trauma dumping on the driver's chat, so I'm muting for the rest of the race. Do we still have 2 to green at the line? These cautions are brutal at Charlotte. Hopefully we're done wrecking.
It looks like some of these guys brought out backup cars after that one.
Or you sit in the box for 2 minutes, and as long as you haven't hurt the engine, you've got a brand new car, and it's fine.
Yeah, I do kind of love the new damage model.
Is it too far?
It is a little too far, but
Should you be able to get back to 100%?
I'll take it when they're offering it.
I don't know. I have a hard time accepting it. Like, I feel like you should get back to, like, you know, you can get up to like 99% of your car potential. You should get close, but if you damage it, you damage it at least a little bit.
Oh, it's better than how it used to be, where you'd scrape the wall at Daytona and be, you know, down on power for the rest of the race with no way to fix it. God, that was
I
terrible.
agree with you on that. I mean, holy cow. It's just these things are so hard to damage already. But I digress. 2 laps to go at the line. Who's it going to be, boys? Who's it going to be? Long race. This should be the finish. What do we have in store for us?
Well, if this is the one, well, I keep beating a dead horse with this one, but I'm liking Davis, but also you got Benefield out here with new right front.
Yeah.
Who's it going to be?
This is a hard one, man.
2 laps to
good cars
go.
up here.
First green, white, checkered attempt. Jordan Booth on the inside. In the restart zone. Back to the green flag. Late launch for Booth. But a good jump. Davis follows through on the inside. Cleanly through to second.
Watch this battle right here. Maverick Davis clears them both. He's going to now make a run here.
Slide. He got the apron. One heck of a save.
Ooh, what a
If he
save.
can get a block on Benefield and get the momentum back up, which is what he's going to do. Benefield's going to dive to the bottom, but I think Davis is going to fend it on the top.
Side by side for second as they come through the middle of the corner here. Maverick Davis trying to hold on as here comes the driver of Adam Benefield right there. White flag. It doesn't matter what happens now. Chaos could ensue and we could see a new winner.
The race is official. Davis threw it away last time through 1 and 2. This time, Jordan Booth gets a little loose. That's going to allow Benefield to get close. Trying to draft up to Booth down the back straightaway. He's got one last opportunity. Down into 3 and 4. What could Benefield do? 5 laps into overtime.
Benefield up into the wall.
Deep on exit, but he's too late. Fences it. It's going to be Jordan Booth. He's going to win the Ryco Performance Friday night NiS top split. The Coke 600 is Jordan Booth's.
Absolutely amazing drive to come out and survive and be there at the end for Jordan Booth to take home the win here. And this is going to be one he won't forget.
Benefield sent it in, tried to do everything that he could through turn 4. Couldn't get to the back bumper of Booth. Booth had a good corner, and he got to the flag first. Benefield finishes 5th. He took somebody with him. Couldn't quite tell.
It was Davis.
Him and Davis. Well,
yeah,
Davis
him
finished 4th, so decent finishes. And Matt Hollabaugh, look at that redemption. Back up to the 8th place spot. Great job from Matt. And Christopher Wheel in the 7th place spot, too.
What a win for Booth. Just kind of snuck his way up in there at the end of this thing and held on through the restarts and got that thing done, man. That's good stuff. You love to see that.
Well, we're going to go ahead and jump into our final commercial break. Whenever we come back on the other side, we're going to try to talk to our top 3 finishers. Stay with us. All right, we're going to run through our final race results of the Ryco Performance Friday night 2nd split of the Coca-Cola 600. First place, Jordan Booth brings home the checkered flag. Austin Gascioni in 2nd. Roger Pierce 3rd. Maverick Davis in 4th. Adam Benefield 5th. Luke Doran in 6th. Christopher Wheel in 7th. Matt Hollabaugh 8th. Derek Garrison 9th. And Jacob Klein rounds out the top 10. Sheldon?
In 11th place, you got Alan Pajari, followed by Brandon Mesajewski, which is surprising based on the fact that he basically went flying halfway through the race. 13th place, you got Austin Fitzgerald, followed by Christopher Reyes, Jonathan Jordan. 16th place, Chris Davis. 17th, you got Tyler DeBosch, followed by Vincent Crow and Flipper. And 19th place, you got Alan Wilson, and 20th place is Tyler Merritt.
As we move on further down the field, 21st position will be Michelle Bastillon, followed by Wayne Hutchison, 22nd, John Ballou, 23rd, Joe Torres, 24th, PB Henry, 25th, Matt Cox, 26th, Nicholas Patovich, 27th, William Amshoff, 28th, Logan Runyon will be in 29th, Brian Smith at 30th, then it's Michael Gooden, Sean Rogers, Guillermo Bicciani, and Adrian Santos, Parker Alexander, and Mark Brannigan Jr.
All right, that was your full field rundown at the end of the race here tonight. It was a pretty quick 400 lap race. We're going to jump into our full post-race interview session, I suppose. We're going to jump down to our third place finisher, pulling down Roger Pierce. He's going to be talking to Sheldon.
Roger, man, you were real strong when the lights came out tonight. Kind of tiptoed your way through it at the beginning, but there in the late half of the race, it looked like you were going to be a determining factor in that thing. What exactly did you need on that final restart just to get the job done?
A little looser car. We put 2 on it. Roman finished top split, came in and helped me out there in the last 70 laps or so. So he was helping me guide the car through the little bit there, and we put 2 on it and made some adjustments, and it was just a little too tight to get the rotation that I needed to get it done. But at night this car just ripped. It just kind of pulled away.
Yeah, it was like, obviously it was a night and day difference, but once it got dark out, all those Ryco cars really seemed to find their way back up to where we typically see them running. You guys looked like you were struggling just a hair at the front half of the race. I know Hollabaugh was really going through it, front half of it.
Yeah, saving tires is kind of key here, but you can't save too much. So you're looking at people's laps like Maverick and Adam, like we're all running 30.1s, 30.0s for the first 25, 30 laps, and then we'll pull away and either a caution will come or you'll get a green flag going. So the beginning part, they definitely had us. Maverick pulled away and I couldn't do nothing. So it was just kind of a waiting game until the lights came on.
Yeah, well, you guys were definitely the class of the field there at the end, and it was good seeing the 4 of the most dominant cars running in the top 5 there, coming to the flag at the end of it. Anybody you want to shout out or thank for this one?
Yeah, like I said, Roman for helping me out with a little bit. Jacob for the arm routine so I could grow my arms to help me do 3 of these races this week. Obviously, Ryco Performance 10 building a fast set. All the guys at Transit, Sim Seats, and Ascend Credit Union. And you guys are putting on an awesome show up in the booth.
Well, thank you, buddy. Well, hey, hope you have a good night. Go get yourself some rest, man.
Yeah.
It's 1:30 over here.
It's same over here.
All right, buddy. Well, hey, you take care. Good run tonight.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks.
All right, that was our third place finisher, Roger Pierce. Unfortunately, we could not get in touch with second place, Austin Gassione, so we are going to jump down to our race winner. We're going to pull Jordan Booth into the booth. I like that. That's pretty nice. That rolls off the tongue pretty good. Jordan, that was a pretty long race there. You found yourself up towards the front at the end. Walk through your strategy on the night. Getting through all the mayhem, because I feel like there was a lot of it at different points, and how you found yourself up towards the front to win this thing.
Yeah, strategy going into it at the beginning was just run as long as possible and hope to catch a caution here or there, just staying out. That really wasn't working for me. I definitely didn't have the early pace that some of those guys like Maverick and Roger and Adam and all those guys had. And actually, I thought I screwed myself. I missed pit road on that last green flag pit stop and limped it all the way around, caught a caution. Somehow just finagled my way up, caught cautions at the right time. I guess my pit crew, I guess they're the best in the business because they got me the lead twice, and I couldn't mess that one up on the last one. So yeah, that was it. It worked out and fell into my hands.
Well, hey, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. I'm not saying you were better, you were more lucky. You still had to go out there on the racetrack and earn it. But if your pit crew's putting you out there in front twice, it's just kind of like, it's almost like God's gift in that sense. It's like, here you go. I'm landed in your lap. Go and take it. Glad that you could finish it out though, because it looked a little hairy there at the end. Those last couple restarts, again, like how your pit crew let you out. As soon as somebody would get a run on you, you got a caution back to back. What was running through your mind whenever those yellow flags seemed to keep saving you?
Well, the big one that saved me, Maverick, was freaking right next to me, and a caution came out, and I was a bumper ahead, and I even came over the voice chat. I was like, that just saved me right there. And then another one with that, like the second to last caution, kind of, I mean, I had a decent lead, but they were single file, which was like, uh-oh, they're going to get me. Got saved by the bell again, and then on that last one, I just flayed the lanes, kept them side by side, and sent up a prayer, and somehow I got answered.
Well, Jordan, big congratulations on winning the race tonight, man. A big time victory anytime you win one of the full length NiS races. So big congratulations to you. I know it's a pretty big achievement. You can kind of puff your chest out and be like, yeah, I won that. So big congrats tonight. Looking forward to see what you can do going forward and seeing if you can run up with the boys in the top split too. Give them a run for their money.
Hopefully, that's the goal one day, man. But with this Maconi-powered Ford Dark Horse Mustang, I don't see what the limit is yet, so we'll find it eventually.
I can't wait to see what it is. Who do you have to thank here, Jordan?
Obviously, Maconi. That thing, I mean, very, very minor changes I made all night, and it was good enough there at the end to hold on. Give a shout out to this team that we call 40XLI. I mean, we're a bunch of nobodies that found each other, and we all love to have fun with each other and race around, and then just everybody in that race, man. I don't think I got mad at a single person tonight, which is a big difference in the iRacing landscape nowadays. And just to be able to race Roger and Maverick and Adam and all those guys just consistently hard but fair was really, really fun.
And it was fun to watch from the booth. I'm telling you, for 400 laps, it didn't feel like it from up here. So thank y'all for putting on a good show, and congratulations again for winning a big race like this one.
Thanks, man.
All right, that was your winner, Jordan Booth, joining us up here to end out the night. Well, guys, any final thoughts? I mean, that was a pretty darn good race through and through.
I mean, absolutely. Great race from start to finish. We saw some great racing action and seeing drivers just battle it out here. And, of course, you can only imagine what we can see next week when we head to Gateway.
That was awesome. Start to finish, you know, a couple of little dodgy moments here and there. But all in all, for 400 laps, 600 miles of Charlotte, that was amazing. Then, you know, come down to the end of it, you get a, you know, kind of an underdog story winning this thing. And, you know, I can't help but enjoy that, hearing that, because I remember, you know, back before we started One Sim, that was kind of us back in the day. You know, just a couple of nobodies working on some stuff and getting somewhere. Love to see that. I mean, I'm still a nobody. I just talk about this stuff now.
Well, surprise winner here at Charlotte. Feel good story. And that is going to do it for us here from GridVision and our team. We'd like to thank you for watching and participating in the chat. For more information on getting your league broadcasted or starting your career in broadcasting, contact us on Facebook, X, or email us at info@gridvision.live. Congratulations to Jordan Booth on winning the Coke 600 tonight for the Ryco Performance Friday Night Top Split. This has been Austin Edstrom alongside Sheldon Adkins and Taylor Burris, and also Austin Derbyshire behind the production booth. We'll see you next time on The Grid.